Good evening, everyone. Before we begin, I'd just like to introduce a new member of the committee. Ted Blake is joining us tonight for the first time. Welcome. I'm sure he has lots of questions for the presenters tonight. And with that, we're beginning with the library. So if we could open our hymnals to page 53.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Haig, and I'm Chairman of the Board of the Peabody Institute Library Trustees. We're here to present our budget tonight, and with me I have our Director Alex Lent, our Assistant Jen McGeorge. We have Trustee Julie Curtis, my Assistant Chair Natalie Fiore, and our Bookkeeper Sue Contos. We're hoping that the budget tonight that we present, you'll find that is reasonable, allow us to grow and still continue the services that we need so much to provide to the citizens. And I'll turn it over to Alex, and then we'll have any questions. We'll be glad to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you for having us. I'm Alex Lent. I'm director of the Peabody Institute Library of Danvers, Danvers Library. I'd like to start with our new vision statement for the library. This comes from our first new strategic plan in almost a decade. So it says, Danvers Library is a center for community and curiosity that strengthens our town by enabling all residents to pursue their interests. So we'll come back to this a couple times tonight, but the first thing to notice about it is that it doesn't mention books. We like books, but it also doesn't mention all of the programs we do. This is a very broad statement, and it focuses on people, because more than they are about anything else, libraries are about people. So let's start with our people. From the community are elected a 9-member board of trustees who govern the library in the same way that the school committee governs the school and the select board governs the government. The board picks and supervises a director, that's me, and under the director are an assistant director, department heads including the town archivist, and our bookkeeper. We also have a team of full-time librarians and a team of part-time assistant librarians. And between the two of them, the librarians and the assistant librarians, are the faces that the residents are most familiar with. They staff our service desks most. We also have a team of pages who make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. So including the Board of Trustees and our custodian, who actually works for the Department of Public Works, but we consider him one of ours, this is a group of about 40 people who collectively serve the 27,544 roughly residents of Danvers. And we really do serve just about everyone. 75% of Danvers residents who are over the age of 5 have library cards, so almost everyone uses the library. Someone asked me recently, how many people could possibly use a library? 1,000? And it's actually about 21,000. It's the default. Everyone uses the library, essentially. The national average is 65%, so we are significantly above the national average. And the reason people use the library is because you can use the library for all sorts of different things. It's a center for community and curiosity that strengthens the town by enabling all residents to pursue their interests. We meet people where their interests are, and it's a powerful connection. Over the past year and a half, we've worked to make the library easier to use and to give people more reasons to use the library. This is not a complete list, but I want to talk about a few items we've done. I'm not going to talk about all of these, but a few items we've done over the past 18 months that I think are good examples of the kind of work we're trying to do. So about a year ago, actually a year ago this month, we closed for 3 days and completely reorganized the top 3 floors of the building. Over the past few decades, our organization got complicated. Our nonfiction collection, for example, was on 3 different floors. Our fiction collection, which is by far the most popular print collection we have, was located as far away from the front door as you could possibly get it. So we were making the greatest number of people travel as far as we could make them go in order to use the library, which is not a great idea. Our large print collection was housed in shelving units that were wider on the bottom than they are on the top, which is a trip hazard, and they were located in a comparatively cramped and dark corner of the library, which wasn't a great recipe. Our DVDs and CDs were housed in locked cases, and they were housed alongside magazines and newspapers, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So we decided enough was enough. We're going to rip the Band-Aid off and reorganize. So we closed for 3 days, and now nonfiction is the entire top floor, fiction is the second floor, high-demand items are on the first floor. Audiovisual materials are all housed together, no more lock and key. So we made the library easier to navigate. Simultaneously, we changed our borrowing policy. It used to be that our borrowing policy was about as complicated as our layout. Some items went out for 7 days, some went out for 14 days, some went out for 21 days. Some you could renew, some you couldn't renew. Some, if you were late, it was 10 cents a day, some it was $1 a day. I don't remember all of the rules. That's how many rules we had. So we said enough is enough, and we created one rule that works for everything. Now, everything goes out 2 weeks at a time. Everything can be renewed up to 5 times, so you can have it for 3 months. Everything has a 10-cent per day overdue fine. So it's the simplest possible rule we could have. We also created an art gallery. We checked every item record in the building. We created a library of things, toys, tools, games, musical instruments. We turned an old closet into a cell phone booth. We continued delivering items to patrons who can't come to the library. We held focus groups, conducted a survey. We analyzed all of our data. We created a new strategic plan. We built relationships with other town organizations and many other things. And all of this collectively, all of our work is having an impact. So FY18 was busier than FY17. That sounds like a small thing to say, but it's the first time we've had a year-over-year increase since, I believe, fiscal year 2012. We've had, I guess, 5 consecutive years of declining usage until this most recent year where it went up for the first time in a while. And the increase has continued. July 2018 was our busiest month in 4 years. August 2018 was our all-time busiest August. And this is an old slide, so this isn't accurate anymore. Every month for the past 14, now 15 months in a row, has been busier than the corresponding month in the preceding year. And now Danvers has one of the busiest libraries in the north of Boston area. We are busier than our football rivals in Gloucester, which feels pretty good. And we're also busier than places like Peabody, which have 3 libraries and 20,000 more patrons than we have. And FY19 is on track to be 15% busier than FY18. I believe that's the biggest increase we'll have year over year. It's also going to be the first year the first year in a long time where we'll have over 200,000 checkouts in a single year. So it's going pretty well. So something to point out is that our FY19 budget is only 2.54% higher than our FY17 budget. So some of this increase is due to the work we've done. Some of it is due to the budget increase. But it's a worthwhile time to point out that numerous studies have found that for every dollar invested in a public library, roughly $5 of value are returned to the community. And that's a pattern we seem to be seeing here. So if you're a fiscal conservative, you ought to love libraries. Not only are we versatile because we do all sorts of different things, not only are we powerful because we meet people where their interests are, we're also incredibly fiscally efficient. So our work ahead is informed by our new strategic plan, which you can find at danverslibrary.org/plan. But this is most of the heart of our plan. We have 5 themes: institution, community, awareness and innovation, resources and events, and spaces. And each theme has 3 priorities, underneath it, which we'll be working on over the next 3 years. But the summary of the plan is we're going to make the library easier to use, we're going to keep giving you lots and lots of reasons to use the library, and we're going to collectively expand our understanding of what a library can be and do. Libraries have very few rules, and we can do all sorts of things. Broad missions and few rules, so the sky's the limit. But I can give you a peek of some of our upcoming projects. I know you have a long night, so I'll be quick. The library is setting up a weather station on top of the roof, on top of the library. So soon you'll be able to get local weather reports from the center of town, about 60 feet above the center of town, at danversweather.org. It's a partnership with Danvers Tech, Town IT. So that'll be online soon. We also recently purchased and set up 10 Chromebooks similar to the ones that are used at the schools. And so when these are launched, which is imminent, patrons will be able to come in and check them out with a library card just like a book and use them anywhere in the building. So this was a way for us to significantly increase the number of computers we provide to the public without burdening our building. Because the thing about a desktop computer is that it takes up a desk even when it's off. A laptop, you turn it on when you need it, and you can use it anywhere you want. We also have a new 3D printer, which we're excited about. Patrons will be able to turn their designs into tangible objects, solve problems, create art, and tackle STEM projects in new ways. Probably the project I'm most excited about is we're launching a new space. The library was built in 1890 and renovated in 1980, and the place where those two pieces meet, there are two storage rooms, which are creatively called Storage A and Storage B. And we're taking Storage B, and we've turned it into a classroom. It's a 500 square foot room that is handicap accessible, has Wi-Fi and heating, good floor, good ceiling, multiple exits, and it's right there. So with DPW, we've cleaned up the room, we've turned it into a classroom, and we're going to be launching that in the next few months. So we're still working on the title of it, probably Classroom. Someone suggested Collaboratory, and unfortunately that name has stuck a little bit, even though everyone uniformly does not like that name. So we might be calling it that. We might just stick with Storage B, I'm not sure. We also have turned old shelving units that were in Storage B into little free libraries, which are, they sort of look like little doll houses, and you place them around town, and they're free book exchanges. So this was a way to take antique furniture that we couldn't really use anymore and turn it into something that could add value to the town in a new way. So Essex Tech students came to the library, disassembled those shelving units, took them apart, turned them into lumber, and created really beautiful little free libraries, which we're going to be putting all over town. There are 7 of them. They're in my office right now. They'll probably be in storage pretty soon because it's hard to function in there, but they are beautiful. We're also setting up a pop-up library. At the end of fiscal year 18, the schools retired a passenger van, which the fleet division of DPW souped up, I guess. Maybe not souped up, fixed up. And we're turning that into a mobile library. So we've taken out the seats, we're putting in shelving units, we're installing a ramp. Sadly, they took away the pull-out stop sign. I asked them not to, but apparently that was illegal to have if you're not a school bus. Disappointing. But so we're going to be popping up all over town. At the senior center, at the schools, at playgrounds, wherever people want us, we can pop up. So I'm excited about those. So let's get down to the fun stuff, our budget request. So we're asking for a 4.39% budget increase, most of which comes to salaries and wages. 2.21% of it comes to operating expenses, and we'll get to that in a moment. But I skipped. So the bulk of it is in salaries and wages, and about $40,000 of that $55,000 is expected increases from our step and grade system. About $15,000 of that is to be open on Friday mornings. At the budget season last year, it was requested multiple times that we be open on Friday mornings. Currently, we open at 12. We open at 9 o'clock every other day besides Sunday. And every Friday, we get a few dozen people knocking on the door wondering why we're closed. So based on numerous requests, we've looked at the budget, and it will cost about $15,000 to be open all day on Friday, all year long. So we think that's a good deal. It's roughly a 2% budget increase for a 7% increase in hours. So we think that's a good bargain. So this is our operating budget. It's a 2.21% increase. We made some changes to our line items last year to make everything a little bit simpler. We're not making any line item changes this year. But you can see most of our lines are either staying flat or decreasing slightly. The exceptions to that are the bottom 2 lines. We're asking for a 20% increase to supplies, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's a $2,000 increase because our supplies line is $10,000 currently. And we're asking for a roughly 2.5% increase to our library materials line. These are everything we circulate, our library materials. So the reason we're asking for such a big increase to supplies is because we are far, far underfunded in that line. We supplement our operating budget with state aid and with money from our endowment, and much of that state aid money and trust money goes to supplies. So we're buying paper clips and Band-Aids and paper with endowment money, which is fine, but it means that we're not able to use that money, which has very few restrictions to it. We're not able to use that money for strategic, interesting projects. So if we can increase our supplies budget over time, we can decrease the burden on our trust and use that trust money for exciting projects. And we're asking for an increase to library materials because as much as libraries are about more than books, movies, music, magazines, toys, tools, games, musical instruments, these are the most tangible way that we interact with the public. There's a reason we circulate, well, this year it'll be about 215,000 items. So that's where we are. That's what we're asking for. I'm happy to take questions, but I'd like to end, if I may, with a quote from someone who responded to our recent survey. They wrote, "The library has the unique opportunity of bridging the gap between what has always made Danvers great in the past to what will continue to keep it great in the future. It is a dynamic institution that has always responded to the needs of the community." So thank you for having us, and I'm happy to take questions.
Sally.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation and some really wonderful things that you're doing over there at the library.
Thanks.
Recently, I was able to attend an evening event called Ask a Muslim.
Oh, yes.
And it was very interesting. There weren't a lot of people there, but it seemed like just a perfect thing to be sitting in the library learning about. So I wanted to thank you for just kind of the new, fresh perspective of what the library can be for the community. The questions I had about your budget, you have already answered, so thank you.
Great. Since you mentioned that program, thank you for coming to that. That was, we were excited to have that one. That's in the newly renovated standing room. So if you walk in the front doors, you'll see our newest items right in front of you, and then the room right past that is the standing room. It's named for Trustee Emeritus Thomas Standring. And with DPW, we renovated that using trust and state aid money this past year. So now I would say it's the most beautiful room and the most beautiful building in town. It's got a great view as well. But that was the first event we've held in there. So it's an art gallery, it's an event space, and during the day it's a quiet reading room. So yeah, thank you for coming to that.
Mike?
You know, I think generally local government does its best work when it's working with the citizenry and it's
Yeah.
doing things in that respect. And I think what's great about the library right now is it's a perfect example of when you get somebody in there who has the type of energy and ideas that you have and can given some opportunity to run with it. So I think in that regard, we have to thank the library trustees and as well as the general government for giving you the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
Because what I've seen over the last 2 years has been remarkable in terms of the improvements across the board. And it was always a gem for the community and something that was very important to the community. But I think we're in a position now where we are turning it into something much more than that. And it's meeting needs for a lot of the segment of the population, which is great, but it's expanding out. And as you said, it's amazing to think that as many people use the library as we do. So I guess all I can say is to keep up the good work and thank you.
Thank you very much.
I can only say ditto.
Great.
Just great job, fabulous budget, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Mike?
Yes, do you have a backup plan for the archivist?
That's something we're thinking about, yeah. So one of the great things about our archive is that it's different than a lot of archives in Massachusetts. And that's partly because our archive has had such great success partnering with other organizations in town. It's also strong because we've had someone at the helm of it for its entire existence. So we do have 2 other certified archivists on staff, and we are, we're working on that.
And you're putting in a new system to cases of fire or something like that?
Exactly, yes. So we've had a water-based fire suppression system in the entire building for as long as we've needed to. But the thing with archives is that fire is damaging, of course, but water is at least as damaging. So at the May 2014 town meeting, Warrant funded the replacement of the water-based system with a gas suppression system. So that has been installed. We're licensing it right now, and then once that's completed, we'll be removing the water-based system from that area.
Great. And one more, you said you bought some Chromebooks. What category was that under?
Oh, from the budget?
Yeah, library materials or
That was funded through our tech warrant,
through what?
through the tech warrant.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Very good.
Sally?
Thank you. It's a very exciting time for the library, and I have to say, I'm a new member of this committee, but I look at this every year, the pie chart, and it's kind of heartbreaking, because here's the library, this little sliver over here, so kudos for making the very most of what you've got. I just had one question. Maybe you covered it, but there was a lot to take in. There's a 0 in periodicals, is that?
Oh, yes. That's a great observation. So last year, we changed it. We used to have 3 materials lines. We had one for periodicals, one for books, and one for audiovisual items. And having them in 3 different lines was just a little bit cumbersome. So if we discovered halfway through the year that we had under budgeted in one materials line and over budgeted in another, to transfer that money, we had to file paperwork with the town. But we could just simplify things by removing 2 of the lines and putting that money into the one line. So we've done away with that line. We still buy periodicals, but we smushed it all into one line for simplicity.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
I only have one fairly benign question. How do you measure busyness? Is it by books checked out or like turnstile?
That's a great question. So there are 4 statistics that libraries really track. Circulation, the number of items checked out; door counts, the number of people who visit; attendance, the number of people who come to events; and PC usage, computer usage. Those are used partly because they're easy to track, and because lots and lots of libraries track them and report them. They're also correlated. So if one is high, it's likely that the others will be high. So using the 4 of them, we can be pretty sure of a library's busyness. For this presentation, it was easiest to talk about circulation because that's just the easiest one to track. But yeah, great question.
Gina?
I'm excited about the expanded Friday hours. My family lives there a lot in the children's area, and that will definitely help us out. So while it's hard to see salaries go up so much, I think it'll really benefit the town. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Alex, I share the sentiment of the rest of the committee and that you guys do a wonderful job. I just do have a couple of questions. The Peabody Trust and the George Peabody Society accounts, how much of the budget each year do you augment, how much money do you use out of those trusts to augment the operating budget?
Our tradition has been $50,000 between the trusts and state aid, and that's still our practice. Up until the current fiscal year, we took most of at $50,000 from the trusts. We don't have to do that, so we're taking more money from state aid in order to unburden the trust and allow it to grow a little bit more. We're not allowed to invest the state aid money we get, so all we can do is spend it.
That was going to be my next question in terms
Yeah.
of state aid. I know your predecessors had let that build over time.
Right.
Are there any limitations other than investment that you can?
We can't, I don't believe we can fund regular positions. I believe we can fund temporary positions out of it, but we think of it as a very unrestricted fund. You can use it for programming, you can use it for just about anything besides personnel and investment.
What's the balance of that account?
I believe it's about $35,000 right now.
The state aid?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about the other two, the trust and the George Peabody Society?
I think we're around $550 between the 2 of them. Is that right?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And just so that the audience is aware, the George Peabody Society, that's funded through donations and is restricted to capital improvements.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any audience questions? Okay, is there a motion?
I move the budget.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was easy.
Good. No, it's not in my way at all.
I saw that, I started watching it.
It makes me feel nice and cozy.
Try to span things. A lot of department work. That's tomorrow night. Thank you. Enjoy.
This is the hot seat. That's the hot seat. So I have my own little button here now.
Coffee in the afternoon.
It's just presented.
It's messed up my whole night.
Actually, 39 years.
In Virginia,
But who's counting?
so I watched
Nice.
some guy's shoulder. Not how I envisioned it.
It's on right now.
This is a good people we have.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this has the colors. Who is the other one? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the same thing. Yeah,
Get your little clicker there. That should do it, huh?
and this is the same, right?
Moving on to the Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. I think, have we finally settled on that name? Is that official?
Yeah, it is official.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Wayne Marquis. I'm the town's representative on the school board for the school, and I have been for the past 5 years. I'm currently serving as vice chairman of the board, and I'm a member of the finance committee. In terms of this budget, the finance committee of the school committee met and discussed it at length. So there was a back and forth, give and take process with the finance committee. It was then recommended and reported out to the full school committee, who adopted it after considerable discussion. At this point, I'd like to introduce our new, not really new at this point, but Heidi Riccio, who is our superintendent director, and she's been with us since last June. And she's had an outstanding year. This is her first budget. We're very pleased as a school committee in terms of what this budget will allow us to accomplish. And I think at this point, I will turn it right over to Heidi, and she'll run through our slides, and look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. Thank you for having me and inviting me. And I would like to thank Steve Bartha and Superintendent Lisa Dana for all of their assistance this year as I navigate my first superintendency. I have a background in vocational education, so certainly I hope I can answer some of the questions that you have related to career and tech ed. When we started this budget process, we actually looked at last year's budget. So we're looking at a 4.64% increase, and I'll review that with you, compared to last year of 4.23. So there are some reasons why we had a slight increase over last year's increase. But out of the gate, we had a timeline that we put together, and our instructional supply account across all technical programs, we did seek a 10% reduction prior to any budget meetings, knowing that we would need to increase some staff levels as well as some other areas within our budget. So our staff, our vocational staff, graciously thought that having instructors in front of them were more important than the 10% increase in the instructional supply account. So we did vet this budget fairly carefully. What I would like to do is just kind of walk you through the presentation, but in your packets as well as for the audience, we have some things, as you know, in technical education. Community partnerships are extremely important to us. We really value those. Having 17 member communities and then also 35 surrounding communities that we educate students from across 3 counties is quite significant, but also a great experience for all of the students that we offer. So our Hawk Happenings just kind of gives you an at-a glance of what our school has accomplished in the past year. We look at any opportunities to write competitive grant funding, knowing that that will help also educate our students, but reduce any assessments that may be then directly impacted to our 17 sending communities. We have a large workforce development component. The governor of Massachusetts has been extremely gracious for career and technical education and really supporting workforce development not only for adults, but also for our student population in grades 9 through 12. That workforce development, we work very closely with Mass Hire, and we are looking at partnering with many of our sending communities, including Danvers being one of them, being close proximity to our school, but also the advanced manufacturing opportunities that are afforded to our students and any graduates. So as you see for our community outreach, we currently have 15 students in cooperative education field sites. And cooperative education means that they leave their school on an every other week situation, and they actually work in companies. The average salary or the salary range of those 15 students is between minimum wage of $12 per person to $20.50 per hour. So some of our students who are 16 or 17 years old are actually making $20 per hour in the manufacturing field, and if they work overtime on Saturdays, they could be making upwards of $36 to $40 per hour. And that is a 16 or 17-year-old student. I would like to point out that these 15 students in Danvers are probably buying lots of things at the Liberty Tree Mall, also at stores across Danvers, so they're definitely bringing back into the economy. We also have 15 cooperative education employer sites. So what that means is that companies in the town of Danvers has committed to making sure that our students at Essex Tech are able to receive an authentic learning experience beyond the school day. So they form an agreement with us. Some of the field work that we're currently doing is the Habitat for Humanity house building project, which is located in Danvers. We're doing some work there. The Endicott Park tree cleanup, the library book, wood structures. Those just got, I think, brought last week to them. Seasons of Danvers, we do a day of beauty. We also service them in our dining room. We do have a Peas in a Pod daycare facility, and we work closely with the Essex County Sheriff's Office to do some workforce development and training, but also to clean around the perimeter of their location. Oh, sorry. We are also working with All Saints Church, Benchmark, Friends of Danvers Park, the Beaver Habitat Assessment. We're working very closely with our Natural Resources Program to ensure that there's not as much of a beaver problem. And then our service-related programs like automotive technology, auto collision repair, our hair salon, our dining room, and any other companion animals where you can get your dog groomed is open to the public. So our commitment is to service those 17 communities that we actually offer, and not necessarily those communities that are outside of our sending communities. And here are two students working out in the community. Sean McShay is a grade 11 student from Danvers, and he's working in our electrical program at the Habitat. And then Ariana Barrows, grade 9, was actually at a elementary school, and she is in our dental assisting program. In addition to that, some of you may have heard of DECA, which is Distributive Education Clubs of America. It's a business program for our comprehensive high schools. On the tech side, we have FFA and Skills USA. So we're proud to announce that we have many students that are moving on to either nationals or our state competition in these respective fields. So these are all Danvers-related students. Quinlan Roberts is actually a state officer candidate, which we're extremely proud of. That he has passed that, because he is just a grade 10 student, so he's really displayed a lot of maturity in what he would like to pursue in his future. So Danvers at a glance at Essex Tech. We have 122 current applicants, so that means incoming 9th grade, 8th graders, as well as some transfer students, grade 10 or 11. They may not necessarily be at Danvers High School. They could be at a private school. But there are 122 Danvers residents that have applied acceptance into Essex Tech. We currently have 148 students as of 3/25. And the students have chosen the following career programs. So we have 43 in the construction-related programs, 52 in STEM-related programs, 29 in service-related programs, 11 in plant science, and 13 in animal science programs. So our budget. We did seek a 4.64%. However, there are reasons why, when you look at why we're asking for this, is that we did have a 3% increase in enrollment from the year prior, which I think obviously comes at a cost, and we have to recognize that. We also have retirement costs of $560,000 that in the past we had prepaid our insurance. So a significant cost is at one point we're not going to be able to prepay that insurance. We were able to prepay it in the last 2 years because of excess funds that we had, and we're just not able to do that. The budget increases. So if you looked at the budget, there were some significant areas of budget increase, technology being one of them. As you know, technology is quite expensive, but we have 25 different programs that may require certain software, equipment upgrades, et cetera, that relate to this technology increase. We did reduce the budget from what the Director of Technology wanted, but this actually also satisfies items that were once paid for by a grant funding. So if you have an entitlement grant funding, it will support it for up to 3 years, but then you need to actually assume it into your regular operational budget. So some of the technology that we were able to purchase, software updates, were from what we call Perkins. It's an entitlement grant, but now we're in year 4, so now we need to assume that increase. There also is $100,000 in a dust collection system, and as I talked to Steve Bartha a couple of weeks ago, the reason is that when the building was built, the carpentry dust collection system that is currently existing is not adequate for the type of equipment that is actually in there. And it has been on our program advisory committee meeting minutes for the last 5 years, and it has been cut the last 5 years, or leading up to, so the last 4 years, and we're at the point now that we do need to get this piece of equipment in. But other budget increases, we are in contract negotiation season this year, so we have 2 contracts that we'll be negotiating, AFSCME as well as the teachers unit, and we anticipate that there will be some increases to the budget based on instructional staff as well as other staff members. One item that we did add, we have Officer Chase. I don't know if you saw the article in the paper yesterday, but it was a fabulous article, and I thank the police chief, Ambrose, for allowing him, or actually giving him to us, because he's done a phenomenal job, and he's a great resource. But we also added 24/7 security. As you know, we have a very large campus, 110 acres, 29 buildings. And security is extremely important for us, particularly since we sit or abut Essex County Sheriff's Department, as well as CAB, which is a treatment center that's close by. So just as a trend analysis, which you also have in here, you have your state aid and then your member town assessments, which includes debt. And that just kind of gives you an at a glance from FY16 to FY20. And Danvers assessment, you're looking at a preliminary. We did just get word today from House Ways and Means that it will increase a little bit. So any increase in aid on the state level will then decrease any assessment that we're actually predicting are as preliminary at this point. So this is your preliminary assessment is 6%. And then your enrollment change. So as you see in 2015 to 2018, there was kind of a spike in 16, 17, and then 18, it's somewhat leveled off. So you go from 103 up to 150. Okay. So I know in your booklets, which I can certainly review if you'd like for the committee, but in your booklets here you have an example. So all 25 of our programs, which are Chapter 74 with the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, one of our mission is really to take care of the community. So as you see, we do a lot of community-based events, but we are looking for more. So if there's a minor rent, we cannot do private homes. Everything has to be either town or municipality or nonprofit organizations. but a request comes in, we vet that request, and then we bring it out to the individuals or the programs that would actually most benefit from. So at this time, I don't know if you want to open it up to questions?
Gina?
I see a line item, you're allocating $800,000 from your excess and deficiency account. Can you explain how that account is funded and what the balance might be and why you're drawing on it this year? Give us a little more background around this excess and deficiency account.
Sure,
and
so
how you use it.
I'm going to answer it as best as I can, because my business manager isn't here. But typically, we have that, in the last 2 years, we were able to kind of allocate the $1 million towards the E&D and then have it approved by the state. And what we looked at is over time, there are going to be needs. Now we're a 5-year-old building, and I know that that may be really young in many other school buildings, but when you look at the equipment and the age of the equipment, we really have to look at excess funds and holding on to some excess funds to be able to support some of the maintenance and repairs. We're starting to see things, I'm not gonna say break down, because our building is very well cared for, but we have to be very careful as to make sure that we're using the funds for maintenance purposes. So we pulled the 200,000 away from what that E&D was.
Okay,
I could add
So,
something
yeah.
to that. If you think of the town's free cash account,
that's what I was gonna
that's
compare it
really,
to.
yeah,
Okay.
it's analogous to it. It is capped by the state, and it has to be approved and certified by the state, as is the town's free cash.
So you're not using that 800,000 to cover the retirement, it's not a one-time drawdown, it's a regular
No,
budget
no,
item for
sorry,
For
yes.
capital projects, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yeah. We did use it in the past to pay off, to prepay insurance, and are not doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Ted?
It looks like roughly, if just ballparking, looking at the numbers, the enrollment numbers, about a third of the students that apply get in. Is that about right?
Sure,
I was just looking at the
yeah.
160 versus,
The 150
the
versus the
number of
122 that
applicants
applied.
yeah. I mean, do you feel like the school's big enough to be meeting the demand? Obviously enrollment's jumped a lot since the new school opened.
So I think, actually, that was in the paper last week. The school, unfortunately, MSBA did not do any predictions for enrollment. And because of the uniqueness of the project, with 3 schools coming together to form one being a state agricultural school, the other being a regional vocational school, and then the other a city comprehensive model. And I can't really answer for them, but MSBA did not do any enrollment predictions, which then causes a concern, obviously, because we have over 1,400 applicants for 400 spots. So roughly it is a 1/3 of getting in. We have a software system not written by us that does an algorithm, and so we don't necessarily know what towns they're coming from. It basically dumps in the information and then gives us that top. We we actually offer seats more than the 400 with the anticipation that some and some kids will decide to go to a private school, to go to their home school. So we actually add about 30 seats to the 400, knowing that there'll be some drop-off, and then we have that wait list. And we're looking at adding seats. So max capacity for MSBA was about 1,536. However, we were able to adjust some of our office suites and kind of literally knock the walls down. Our construction kids did that and created additional classroom space. So now we have seats for 1,600. So we were able to bump up that enrollment, the number of seats.
Sal?
My concern was similar, and thinking ahead to if your enrollment is gonna creep up. I noticed that you're gonna take another 40 kids
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank
No, you've already taken another 40. How many new will you take in?
So what we're doing for this year is we're going to start the school year with 410. So, and I think if you've been in a school system long enough, you know that there's some drop-offs. You know, kids may have left the district, you know, before the start of the school year. So we'll actually take in 410 as far as for incoming ninth graders. However, we also invite those students that were put on wait list, we invite them to reapply. And so the goal of vocational education is to maximize capacity across all program areas, but also grade levels. So any available seats that are in grade 10 and 11, we will add seats, or we will add students to those seats. So we do want to maximize. So for example, last year we took in 30 upperclassmen, meaning 10th and 11th graders, incoming 10th and 11th graders, on top of the 380 kids that we took in for grade 9. So you have your grade 9 applicants, and then you have your grade 10 and 11. We cannot, by Chapter 74 regulations, take in newcoming grade 12 students unless they were to transfer from one vocational school to another, because they have to have so many hours in their vocational program. However, we do have some partnerships and some pilots. And so we are working right now with Gloucester Public Schools in a laborers pilot program that we started this year. There are 8 students that travel to us halfway through the day, and they take advantage of their academics in Gloucester, and then they come to us in the afternoon, and they come from 12 to 4, and they're taught construction and craft laboring program. And we're looking at doing that with our other larger sending communities like Danvers, Peabody, and Salem. So those kids that might be in 10th grade that may be thinking about technical education, maybe they never thought about it before, maybe they were waitlisted, and we're really hoping to work with the superintendents and the town managers and mayors to create these creative partnerships. We just submitted a grant application through the Massachusetts Department of Education that would support a planning grant, which then, if you get the planning grant, you can then apply for an implementation grant. That gives us the 1-year buffer between what you're actually going to get for that student, because as you know, it's kind of a year prior to when you're looking at the October 1. So any increase in enrollment, the district doesn't necessarily see any additional funds until the next year. So the creative partnerships, obviously we can't build another school, but I don't know that we necessarily need to if we can work with Danvers Public Schools, because they have obviously superb academic programming. We have the space to grow from a technical perspective or a vocational perspective. So we would want to partner with our sending communities to do that.
Great, thank you.
Mike?
It seems you're the substitute for the former apprentice programs at old places like the United Shoe, GE,
Yes.
and Sylvania and so forth. And we definitely need that, all the plumbing, heating, masonry, carpentry. It's in dire need of skilled labor, so we're glad to see that coming along. You said your business agent wasn't here. I had some line item questions to answer.
I can go for it,
Yeah,
and I'll tell you if I can't answer.
okay. Page 1, F1200, contracted services. Is that,
1,200.
yeah, 02056, it's under total school committee.
Oh, so the increase was?
Yeah, 14,000.
Yeah, so there's 2 things. One is I actually, as being a new superintendent, but it's part of the superintendent induction program. That's $5,000. There are also doc hubs. I'm not sure if Danvers uses it, but it's a secured hub for documents. So for all school committee reports, anything that would be public, well, I know everything's public information, but It's the software to really house all of our public documents in a secure location that's time-stamped, so any revisions automatically get revised, so that there's no loss of a revision that may have happened 3 months ago. We revise it, and it just automatically puts that in the archives.
Okay. On page 2, there's a, it ends at 106,026, administrative assistant. That's gone up 32,700 something.
That position actually is just transferred from one location. So we had an admin assistant that was shared between the HR director and the business manager, and we've now just moved it over into the HR.
Okay. Page 4, ending in 14033, paraprofessional aid. Have you increased those? Under teaching services.
Teaching okay. That's a reduction. Is that what you're seeing?
No, it's
Just a few lines up.
14033.
Under special
paraprofessional aid,
education? Oh, okay.
Increase of 36,000.
Yes, so for this particular paraprofessional, it's a CTE paraprofessional that has a specific trade experience in a needed area. So it's not a special education assistant that would be in an academic classroom. So we post that, it was grant funded under Perkins, so we had 3 of them, but 2 of them are actually going to be instructional staff, and the other one will remain as a paraprofessional.
Just a couple more.
Sure.
Page 10, contractual services, once again, undesigned, 49043, it ends in
It's the first one.
first, top of the page.
What's
What
the,
does undesigned mean? I'm trying to understand that.
I don't know where the,
The page number?
wait, you said
Page
number
10.
10? I'm
Page
on.
10.
Top one.
Okay, my page 10 is the athletic, so I'm just. You said it was InDesign?
Undesigned, it says. Increase of $7,100.
It's in the instructional materials subsection on the 3rd or 4th page of it.
I don't actually. Yeah, I can definitely send you that. I'm just gonna take unless I have it, I can look at it.
That's right, that's the sign, the very top line.
Oh, undesign. Going to track operational. Just wanna make sure. Contract automotive, contract. So the contract services is for design, so that's design and visual communications, which is a program that we have. So anything that's under contract services for this code, the GL code, is for agreements, equipment services. So for example, in carpentry, we're having the saws sharpened over April vacation, that's a contract that we contract with them. So these would just be services. There's a piece of equipment in design and visual and graphics that is no longer part of the grant, and we can't do contract services anyway out of the grant funding, but I can definitely get a double check, but that's what I believe that is.
Okay.
So it's for basically a piece of equipment that needs to be serviced.
All right. And on page 11, COPER, C-O-P-E-R, maintenance, what is that?
We have different pages.
Which one is it, Mike?
Page 11 ends at 00043.
It's under guidance, counseling, and testing.
Cooper says maintenance.
Wait,
Under guidance,
but it's under this,
total guidance and testing.
Oh, it's under guidance counseling, yeah.
and testing, yeah.
Okay. Clerical services.
About 10 down from clerical services.
Oh, up here, clerical salaries. That's copier maintenance. That's just
Oh.
maintenance for copier. That's a typo, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was curious myself. It's copier.
And then also on there, page 13, school security, that's gone up quite a bit.
Yes, so that is our school resource officer, as well as the 24/7 security that we have created, as well as an additional security. So in the past, we had what we called student supervisors. And the concern with student supervisors is that they often acted as either a substitute teacher in the classroom, and they were being pulled. So we made sure that we put a security officer that had some skilled training. And so that's a new position, yes.
You have night security also?
That's a 24/7, yes,
24
yep.
I think I'll stop there. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Paul?
Going back to what we were talking about a minute ago, with Mike might have mentioned something about Ted. Sorry, Ted.
That's all right.
I might have picked up at the end of the discussion, and I might have missed it, but you were talking about partnerships with Danvers, as an example, and the ability to have students enroll grade 10 and 11. Now, they would have done, let's say, a full year of academic work at Danvers High School, grade 9,
Possibly, yep.
right? Same thing in grade 10, and come over. And I don't want to, I don't mean this in any derogatory, but that's sort of like community college, excuse me. I don't, in other words, you're doing your work one place for a year or two, and then you decide that there's an opening and you can move in to the Essex Technical School. And you're pursuing that as a possibility with not only Danvers, but other towns and communities, is that correct? Or is that just, I misunderstood you?
No, so are you talking about the partnerships in
Right.
addition to our existing students?
But in other words, in addition to an existing full-time, come in as a
Student,
freshman
yes, yep.
and move right through
Yep.
4 years, we're now in a position where we're going to be able to be a little bit more flexible as to when a child might enter the school.
Yes.
So are you presently doing that, or as a planned program, or is it just something that's evolving through the ability to take children in grade 10 and 11? Because there's slots open.
Yeah, so there's two separate, I think, that I'll kind of talk about. So there's the available slots, and Massachusetts Department of Education, because of the wait lists that are at vocational schools, they ask, if you have an available slot, you need to fill that spot, because then you can't say that you have a wait list. You can't say publicly, oh, we have 500 kids on a wait list, when there are some spots in grade 10, because then we're not servicing all of the kids that could really benefit from a technical education. So there's that piece. The second piece are those creative partnerships. So and I know, I have 3 kids that are in a comprehensive school, or went through a comprehensive school system, and they have friends that are sitting in classrooms that don't know what they want to do with their life. And I think it would benefit all of us as the adults to figure out a way to make it happen for these students that are sitting in a classroom with no plans for the future, no guide to go to college, even a community college that costs funds, when they could get workforce training and figure out a little bit where their interests lie. So it's those creative partnerships that we believe we should really leverage, particularly, I mean, we're going to say all communities, of course, 17, but if you look at our 5 top communities, and Danvers is one of them, we know that there are juniors, right? Because you start talking about college, you know, career and college prep in your mid-year through sophomore year. Some kids are taking the PSATs, and there's a lot of pressure for kids to go to a 4-year school. And it's a 50% dropout rate. That's the reality. And there are kids that are sitting couch surfing on their parents' couch, not working, with no skills, but maybe an associate's degree in liberal arts. And so if we can jumpstart their career pathway when they're 16 or 17 years old, I will work with, and our school will work with, anyone that wants to pursue those partnerships. I will say that it's pretty unheard of historically. So yes, this is new. This is definitely new. And we are one of the first school districts, regional vocational school districts, to really support it. But we believe in the value of technical education and giving them experiential learning, but yet understanding that there's a financial cost to it. And if we can cost share with these students that could benefit from a technical education, I think it would behoove all of us, because they're going to be spending in your community. They're going to be able to rent an apartment, buy a house in your community. You know, as I stated, we have a machine tech kid making $20 an hour at 16 and a half years old. So imagine, we have one kid working at GE, like you had mentioned, General Electric. It's unheard of for a 16-year-old kid to get a job at General Electric, because that's really a lifetime job for them. And that's going to change that kid's life. And so I think it's really important that we create those partnerships.
I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, seriously. Question, I had a couple of more questions I have just related to that.
Sure.
Is, when did you start this type of program? Well, let me ask the first question. The other question would be, so basically the wait list doesn't really go away. Is that correct? I mean, if you, let's say you come in and you're on a wait list starting your, we were trying to get in as a ninth grader. And there's your wait list.
Yeah.
So when you go to 10th grade and you're looking, you have spots in 10th grade, would you go back to that type of a wait list? Or how do you, in other words, how do you identify the student that you, or have they come to you and say, we'd like to enter if there's an opening?
It's a little bit of both. The program that they're able to enter could be limited, because it really depends on if there is space available within that program.
That was going to be another question.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so we invite people to reapply. The wait list, and there's 2 studies that are out there. One's from Northeastern a couple of years ago. Another one's coming from UConn, but the gentleman has since left, and the Department of Ed is running that. We can say there's 1,000 kids on the wait list. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's a wait list. It means that there's 1,000 kids that didn't get in. Now, if you really look at the wait list, you say, just like any other school, do you want to continue to be on this wait list? And some people say yes, they really do. And it's those individuals that we actually invite to reapply if they'd like to. They don't have to. And then we do have new students that have never applied. We give them the same, we follow our admissions policy. They have an interview. So all of our students are interviewed. And then they find out based on space availability.
Okay. Just to shift gears. I saw your athletic director. Was that the salary for is the athletic director part-time? Or how do you, I mean, may not be the correct word, but it,
So she's a full-time employee,
right,
but she does teach some sections.
okay. And that salary line item for public schools just popped up to me.
Yes,
You know,
yeah.
You're doing a great job if you get someone for that price. A couple of other areas, not financial. The transportation budget and your busing, does that, years ago when we started talking about this, when Wayne was sitting in Steve's seat, we heard presentations about the transportation. We're gonna, we're gonna have, you have your own buses, obviously. Does that pay for itself at break even or no? Not even close, right? No. Okay. Do you rent out to other communities or needs if the opportunity arises?
Yes, so there was confusion at the beginning of the school year in July, because I didn't know that we did any charters, but yes, we are pursuing charters. The only catch with the charters is that that's in addition to their daily responsibilities, so they would sign up for the charter. So if you can't find a driver for that particular charter, then you can't run the bus.
Right.
However, we've hired more staff in order to have some backup when it comes to that. But yes, we do field trips, we do
Right.
other events, yep.
What, I didn't notice it in here, and if I might have just missed it, but do you have a fee structure for, let's say, transportation for family students and/or extracurricular athletic or non-athletic involvement for at the end of school, extracurricular activities? Is there a fee structure that you have?
No.
No fee for playing a sport?
For a sport, yeah, sorry, I thought you meant for transportation. So, so there,
No fee for transportation?
no,
So that's, when a family, the child gets accepted, they're automatically picked up?
correct.
Okay. But there is a fee for
Athletics.
athletics, right?
And for parking.
And for parking? Okay. The last question is, what are your biggest challenges in the future? You've only been there a year, so I'm not going to give you too much more time to think about it. But what do you see as this school, when the article came out in the Salem paper, it was like, whoa, what's happening? I think you're handling it as best you can, but look at this. Now, you're going to have, you're pretty much packed enrollment-wise, correct? I mean, there's no wiggle room, so the article was correct.
Correct.
Yes.
So we have about 200 additional students that we
Right.
could accept.
You can still go beyond what you have,
1,600,
is what your max would be at this point.
yes.
You're not there yet?
We are not there yet,
Okay, so you do have a little wiggle room
Yes.
there, okay?
yep.
Do you see, and I would also direct this to Wayne too, do you see a necessary building expansion in the future, 5 to 10 years down the road? As a school that becomes that popular, regardless of how big it is now and how expansive and where all the buildings are, do you see that there's a potential for expansion to get up to 2,000, let's say, in an enrollment? Just a question,
Yes.
okay? Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Paul. Mike?
I guess there's two areas of questions that I have. One is, the thing that always jumps out at me with your budget, a number of things do, but one is, you expend about, correct me if I'm wrong, but about $2.5 million in administration. How does that relate to, say, another school that has, say, a single high school that has about 1,600 students in it? So, I don't know, I'm guessing Peabody High School has 1,600 students, less than that, maybe a little more than that. How does Peabody High School have an administrative budget of $2.5 million?
I don't know, I don't run Peabody's budget, but I can definitely explain how our administrative team
Just because,
is set up. Because, yeah, I think that's important. 'Cause-
yeah, because I look at it and it's a single school.
Sure.
I understand it has a wide-ranging mission in a number of
Yeah.
different areas in it, but you have a superintendent, you have a principal. It looks like you have 3 assistant principals,
Yes,
and then heads of the various
Directors.
academies of those directors. Do those directors teach?
no,
No.
they're directors.
Okay.
So if you think about the licensure.
Oh, I know how it works. I know
Yeah,
how-
so if you're a director, it's not a department head,
Yeah.
so it's above an assistant principal. So,
So the directors
so-
report directly to you,
to the superintendent.
and then how do they relate to the principal?
So let me talk a
Okay.
little bit about the story. So, in a regional, if you look at a regional vocational school district, because I think that that's really important, because you can't really compare Peabody High School with Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. I mean, you could, generally speaking, because it's a single school.
It's probably a similar square footage, area, programs?
not.
Peabody's pretty big.
Okay. I know, so Peabody, actually, I worked in Medford.
Yeah.
And Medford and Peabody have the same square footage because they were built by the same architect.
Okay.
But we have 29 buildings. We have a farm crew. So one of those admin, for example, is running the farm. The farm is open 24 hours a day. We just had 3 goats that were born, 17 lambs in the last 2 weeks. So when you think about the magnitude of a school, and then you look at an agricultural and a vocational school, you also look at content specific. So in a public school system like a Peabody High School, you have your 4 subject matters, right? Your core subject matters. You have your electives, you have your foreign language. And your electives may be fine arts or, performing arts, business, et cetera. In a regional vocational school, we have that. Plus, we have 25 different programs that have 4 years of scope and sequences, 4 years of learning outcomes. We also are under OSHA regulations, where our students are required, our teachers and instructional staff and directors are required to oversee all safety practices. So we have 2 CTE directors. One is in charge of the East Academy. The other one is in charge of the West Academy. Something that we don't have that other school districts have are department heads. We don't have department heads in our school system. We do have a director of curriculum who oversees curriculum instruction and assessment and works collaboratively with that CTE director. The principal works with the assistant principals, the 3 of them. And obviously, we have the director of guidance and director of special education.
Okay. So I guess that gets to the next set of questions that I always have about this, and that is, how many of the kids that come out of your school, both in general and in Danvers, are taking the SATs and going to 4-year?
Approximately 70% go to 2- and 4-year colleges.
How many go to 4? Not so much the 2 specialized 2s, but the ones that go to a 4-year.
I can't give you an exact figure, which I can certainly get for you.
Yeah, they didn't get it from me last year, but it'd be nice if you got
Oh,
it
I
from
actually,
me.
I have it, so I just don't want to give you
Yep,
wrong
no, that's fine.
information. However, the difference between our school and a traditional regional vocational and technical school, if you look at our 25 programs, there are very few programs that we offer that don't require some post-secondary options. So all of our agricultural programs, which are 8 of them, including biotechnology, which is not part of our ag programs, but it is biotechnology, engineering, health assisting, dental assisting. So many of our programs require either a 2- or 4-year post-secondary. So many people will say, well, how come all of these vocational kids are going on to college? But when you look at the makeup of our programs and the makeup of our students, that's really, they need to. You can definitely get an entry-level job as an assistant in a dental office, but if you're going to make long sustained living wage, you need to go to either Middlesex or Northern Essex Community College first and become a dental hygienist. That's kind of where you're going to make your money. And so those are the programs that we offer where kids are going to be going on to 2- and 4-year colleges.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with the 2-year ones that you're describing there. My concern, and I had this concern last year, and
Sure.
is that I'm going to be completely honest. We're going to have the people
That's
from
okay.
our school district come up after you. They do a better job than you guys do in preparing kids for 4-year colleges. Whether that's an engineering program, whether it's anything else. That's what they do. And the reason for that predominantly is what you talked about a little bit earlier, which is their entire program is designed to prepare kids for college. There's no technical component to it. There's none of that stuff with it. It's all about getting, and I'd be interested to see what the attrition rate is for the kids that go into 4-year colleges. As you talked about 50% before when you were talking about that kid sitting on the couch. I'd be interested to see what the 4-year attrition rate is for your students who do go to 4-year colleges. But you do that, but you do it for more expensive than we do. So my concern is is that we've got kids who are making an alternative choice, for whatever reason that might be, and they're going to your school, and then they're going to a four-year college and costing us as a community more money to do that. I have absolutely, I am as big a supporter of technical education as there can be, because the reality is that we need to, the description that you had about that kid sitting on the couch and not having a career that's prepared for him is absolutely true. The biggest concern I had in that article that was in the Salem News was the idea that because it's become so competitive to get into your school right now, we have kids who should be going in to mechanics, plumbing, any one of those trades who can't get into your school because we've got kids who want to go in and become engineers, which frankly is great, but we can do that for them at Danvers High School. We have science programs at Danvers High School. We have those types of programs for them. And so if 52 kids from Danvers are going into the STEM program, science, technology, engineering, and math, my guess is that those 52 kids can be well-serviced by our Danvers program. That there's nothing all that different or all that unique in terms of what those STEM kids are getting in a science or a math program at Essex Tech than they would be getting at Danvers High School. But we're paying, about 20% more to send them there. And they're taking a spot from a kid who could go and learn a trade and get a viable profession going forward. So that's my big concern with it. And it's not, I hear how wonderful it is, and I agree, it's a great school. They've done a great job up there with it. But if what it is we've got a group of kids who look at it as an alternative, because they, for whatever reason, don't want to go to Danvers High School, they figure this is a great chance for me to go someplace else, then that's a problem. It's at least for me. And I haven't gotten a good answer in the last 2 years about that particular issue and the fact that those kids are going to four-year schools and being prepared for a four-year college, which is what we can do for them. We can't get them into a trade. You're absolutely right. We can't do those programs. And we shouldn't. That's what the vocational education is. But we can get them ready for four-year colleges.
So let me just talk a little bit about the STEM. STEM is beyond engineering and math. It also includes advanced manufacturing. And I had Jason, the school principal, there today. We're looking at partnering with advanced manufacturing. Danvers will never be able to duplicate our advanced manufacturing lab, which is our machining lab. Not many comprehensive schools could. In 2006, all the machine shops in vocational schools across the state, went out. All of a sudden, 2014 comes along, we have this machine workforce problem in manufacturing. Let's start getting the equipment back in. So when we look at those 52, you're also looking at dental assisting and health assisting. We can definitely agree to disagree, because I have kids that are working in dental offices right now, so they get to leave every other week instead of going.
I'm not worried about the dental programs. Those
But
kids
that's
aren't
STEM.
going, but they're not going, I know, but I'm talking about kids who are going to, I
Okay.
use that as an example because I
Right.
think, but I'm just talking about kids from your school that are going to four-year traditional colleges.
But if they go to a four-year, for example, if they're in health assisting and one girl just got accepted into MCPHS and Salem State Nursing Program, et cetera, they
We
have
can
their.
do that. We have kids from Danvers High School go to,
Do your students get their CNA?
they get their RN, which is what you need.
No,
They go to
I'm
school,
sorry,
they go.
by the time they graduate from high school, by the time they're juniors, do they have their certified nursing assistant license?
if
Through the Division of Professional Board of Health licensure?
No, but the point with that isn't that if that's what that child wants is to end there, and that's their career goal, that's fine. But if they're using that position as a means to get into a registered nurse program, and that's the output that's expected from them, we have literally probably 20 to 50 girls and boys from Danvers High School who go to RN programs after high school. It may be our most popular subject matter from the high school in terms of where kids go.
That's awesome, but it's also awesome that a student gets a license upon graduating from high school and can actually supplement the cost of college by working as a CNA and paying for their college tuition. And I think that's pretty cool. In addition to that, our kids get college credit just by being enrolled in a Chapter 74 vocational program. And that counts. So that also saves the parents some money, or the child, if they go to Salem State or they go to North Shore and then bounce into a Salem State program, they're getting college credit just by being enrolled at our school.
Like the AP kids at Danvers High.
Correct.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pay for the credit. So with AP, those students may get a course, because my daughter was an AP kid, you still have to pay for the credit. With an articulated credit, you do not have to pay for that credit. It actually goes automatic, provided that you get a B or better in that particular course.
And I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Do you, I guess, kind of along the lines, it sort of dovetails with what I was asking before with the admissions rate. Do you weed kids out that you think should be, maybe, I don't want to say overqualified, because it's not really the right word for it. But do you weed kids out that you feel are sort of casually applying and are more likely to end up at a four-year program than?
We don't, because the issue then becomes, it becomes very subjective.
Yeah.
We use a software program that is used by many other regional vocational schools. It's a program, it pushes in our admissions policy and the criteria. It's an algorithm. It dumps the numbers out, those are the numbers. There is an appeal process. So in our admissions policy, if a student is waitlisted or doesn't get in, there is an appeal process where they send a letter to the principal. They actually have a meeting. So were there any extenuating circumstances that may have impacted the child? The concern is every school district has a different attendance policy. So that's kind of where we've run into many of the issues, is more about the attendance and what's counted as an unexcused or an excused. So we work with the guidance counselors of those middle schools to make sure that if it's an excuse, we want to make sure that they get credit, obviously, for that.
Sally?
Thank you. I don't quite know how to follow up with the questions. There seems to be some bias working its way in here. I can't quite articulate it. So I'm going to switch gears completely. One of the big factors in the increase in your budget is 43% of it is due to an incremental increase of the Salem Retirement Fund. What is the Salem Retirement Fund, and why is it impacting your school? Because do you have teachers who've retired from your school? I mean, I'm just trying to figure all that out.
Sure. I had to figure it out as well, actually. So when the schools merged, Essex Aggie used to be a state-run school, Board of Trustees. When they merged, there was some conflict over who would pay for the retirement of the state, well, what people thought were state employees. In 2015, I believe it was, the state determined that it was our responsibility and not the state's responsibility to continue to pay for those state employees in those retirement funds. So we have, I want to say 17 years total. They kind of guesstimate what that rate will be, but that has been we don't have a choice but to pay that.
If I could, the figure came from an actuary. Like any retirement system would be valued, this was valued the same way, and we paid exactly what the actuary said it.
So does this go to like PIRAC or someplace? Where does the money go, I guess?
City of Salem
Salem.
Retirement
Okay.
Board.
So those people who used to work for Essex, I guess maybe it was a
Aggie.
county school.
Yes.
Those people who are entitled to retirement from those years they worked there, it comes from the Salem Retirement Board.
That's correct.
Correct.
You also mentioned something about prepaid insurance, that you used to prepay it and now you can't. What kind of insurance are we talking about?
So there was $500,000 last year, as well as the year before, that was allotted for health insurance, healthcare insurance. And they used excess funds in the past to prepay insurance.
And now
premiums.
instead it's like a monthly or quarterly payment or something?
It will be, yes,
And this is for the health insurance for the employees at the
the
school?
GIC, yeah.
Though, other people have asked the other questions I had, but those seem to be two big drivers to the increase I wanted to ask you about. How in the world can you operate such a complex school and deal with such a complex budget when there's so many people on the board? How do you do it, Wayne?
It is a large gap, for sure, but actually, we're working, I think, very much like a team, and we're in a good place in terms of composition of the board.
So I assume that the school committee, which is, what, 15 or 16 people,
20?
20 people.
Counting the state.
Couldn't even count that fast. You must have subcommittees within that dealing with certain issues. Some of the financial problems from the past, do you feel that there are now safeguards in place to prevent problems from coming up without the committee knowing about them?
The short answer is yes. I've been 5 years with the schools, though I went through that process, and we brought some outside folks in to analyze what was going on, and so we were able to get a fresh start. We have an annual audit that's done in a detailed fashion, so we're in a good spot, and some of those issues from the past are in the past.
Thank you. I guess I think it's a good thing to have a lot of choices and alternatives for students of all types. To me, it's not a problem if a student at your school then goes to a four-year school and ends up being a lawyer, for instance. I think that's okay.
We don't want them to be any more lawyers.
Maybe there'll be a patent lawyer,
Lawyers.
but anyway, it's a deep subject, bigger than my brain can handle, but those were the questions I had. Thank you.
Ciara, can I ask you another question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
go right ahead.
I know we touched on this last year, but I'm still not clear why the assessment to the member towns varies per pupil. For instance, in our books, it says Salem pays $12,930 per student, but Linfield pays $17,415 per student. Danvers is estimated to pay $16,714. And I know the pupil numbers are from 2018, correct? So how do you allocate the assessments to the member towns? That's my first question. And then the second question is, what do students from non-member towns pay?
So the assessment comes through a formula. Obviously, that's state created. We don't create the formula. However, it really is geared towards your tax information, your rate, revenues that you also take in. So, for example, Salem is a gateway city where they get a lot of funds from the government, which then lowers their assessment. The other rates are kind of based on what you all have, but the formula is created by the state. The out-of-district rate, as a result of our merger, the out-of-district rate varies every year, and again, the state sets the rate, we don't set the rate. It's about 15.6. They do not have access to any programs other than agricultural programs. So we have 8 agricultural programs, and that was an agreement that was made when they formed the actual school district. And we have our own legislation just for our school of how it was created.
Okay. Thank you, and I strongly agree with some of our members that I think the United States needs far more vocational paths for students. So I understand Mike's concern as well that some students spots me, but I also see that some students don't learn in a traditional environment and maybe a different type of hands-on program is more important. So Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
I agree with Mike, and I agree with Sally, and that drives me crazy. I think, my only comment is that I definitely share Mike's concern that perhaps there are too many kids that are going into the technical school for reasons not being technical. And there probably isn't just a great mechanism by which you can, I don't even want to say weed them out, because there might be a better reason that they're there than somewhere else. But I can just think anecdotally, off the top of my hand, of a number of people I know who whose kids they're thrilled to be going to the tech because they're going to study forensics and then go on and get they want to become a forensic pathologist. And in my mind, right away, that goes to, well, they should be at Danvers High or PBD High, getting a good background in biology, chemistry, and physics, then going on to UMass, and then a master's degree and a PhD. That's the path to become a forensic pathologist. And that's what they want to do. And so, those kind of stories trouble me. That being said, to pigeonhole a kid at 14 years old into, well, if you sign up for this program, you have to do this for the rest of your life, that really doesn't fit either. So, and maybe there does need, you talked about the importance of the objectivity of your computer system. Maybe it does need some subjectivity, I don't know. And this is just me talking, I don't necessarily have a question for you, but it's certainly an important topic, because when you hear that anecdotal story, and you do know of the kid who wants to be an electrician when he grows up, and didn't get into the program, you just kind of go, huh, that's too bad.
And we are working on that.
Yeah.
From a traditional trade perspective, because I will say employers are not very happy when they hire a co-op kid for electrical and then they say, oh, we want to be an engineer.
Yeah.
It is our first year of engineering, so we anticipate that those kids that really are thinking electrical engineering will then kind of morph into that engineering program. But we're working with our program advisory committee, Craney and Sons, and we are looking at, we also have a capacity issue. So all of our traditional trade programs like plumbing is over enrolled or over subscribed, and we could probably build 2 of them. So we're looking at ways that we could take a student, again, part-time, whether it's Danvers, Peabody, and then come over to us for HVAC, plumbing, and we do an exploratory. We've really revamped our curriculum as well in that, because we want to make sure, and again, you don't know at 14 what they're going to become, right, at 23. But I do say, I think you should come and see our biotechnology program when you talk about forensics, because, again, Jason came over today, and I think if you saw the equipment that we have, it could actually be a very cool collaboration that Danvers High School kids could collaborate with our kids in biotech and do some real authentic learning experiences beyond the classroom setting. So I think we can think creatively of how to partner, and I think that that's really important, because when a student goes to college, a benefit of having the equipment that we have is the lab experiences that a traditional high school can't offer. So yes, I definitely agree, from the AP classes that you're able to offer and we can't, there are definitely, but there's also ways that we can connect with Danvers, because the equipment is quite expensive and may not be feasible for a bio lab in Danvers, but they could come over to us often, so I think it's really about partnering and really looking at both schools as great resources for each other, and we're not in competition with you. And I think that's really important.
Sure.
That we're part of your community.
Paul?
First of all, I'm a person that likes choice, so that's just where I'm going with that whole thing, that discussion we've been having. However, do you foresee in the future, this may be off the wall, but do you foresee students going to 2 schools at the same time down the road, 10, 15 years from now, where you may be taking specific courses, or maybe an AP courses at Danvers High, but you're taking other courses? I don't know where you're going to graduate, but I mean, I'm sure that could be all worked out. But when I saw that Salem State article, that was one of the first things that that crossed my mind, and I don't know if that could even work out financially. I mean, it may be too much of a headache, but, you know, when I was interchanging, and the child goes to school, maybe one day here and next day there, or it could be even something as wild as 2 morning classes here and 2 morning classes, 2 afternoon classes at Danvers High School.
Well, I
Is that
can't, obviously I
too
can't
far in
speak
the future for you?
personally, no. I mean, that's kind of the vision of what tomorrow's high school looks like. I think often we are restricted by the confines of a schedule, right? And we don't have the flexibility, or we say we don't have the flexibility. So it really comes down to the people that you're working with, and are you thinking about the kid in front of you and what they need in 5 years? Or are you thinking about the kid that you were back in the 80s? Well, we don't learn the way, you know, kids don't learn the way that I learned back in the 80s. Or 70,
Excuse me,
you know,
did you
whatever.
say the
80s. I
50s?
did say it, yeah. So you need to adjust. Business adjusts. I don't think it's that hard. We have a lot of smart people in school systems. I don't think it's that challenging to figure out a way to partner together for the best interest of the student. I mean, the kid is the one that's going to be buying the house. The kid is the one that's going to be paying for our retirement. And if we're not preparing them, and if we're making them in debt, $200,000 right out of the gate with not a lot of skills, we're doing a disservice to them. And we're doing a disservice to their children that come after them. So yes, I would love it. I don't know how Lisa Dana would feel, but I love partnering with people. That's what we're supposed to be doing, so.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Mark?
Thank you. I remember the.
Mark, if you could
long-
just remind us who you are. It's been a long time.
Mark Zubrek,
Thank you.
Precinct 7.
Town meeting member.
I just was just thinking about the meetings that Wayne and I had at the time when this whole concept was being planned, back in 2000, 1999, 2000. He spent long hours doing this. It's a tremendous facility. The education is needed because, you know, you talk about STEM and biotechnology and all that. They need to learn both the basics and the future vocations that they will have. It's a vocational school. The one thing that I haven't heard, and remind me if I'm wrong, I have been wrong before, North Shore Community College was supposed to be part of the campus because that was the extension of the education piece, the reading, writing, arithmetic, and you know, all of that. And I haven't heard a peep out of anyone saying that community college is in together with the
Essex North Shore Agricultural and
I can
Technical
never
School.
figure out that name. It's the vocational school.
Yeah.
And what has happened to that? Because that was, we're talking about Danvers High School.
Yeah.
Why don't we talk about North Shore Community College?
You're right, because there's a student who is working for Hancock Associates, which is another local person, senior, Noah Stanton, and he's in our natural resources, and he's doing land surveying, and he has enough credits. He is shy a 3-credit class from getting his associate's degree at North Shore Community College.
That's the way it should be happening.
Exactly. So we're hoping that North Shore will look at his surveying work, because it's an intro to engineering class that he's missing at UMass Lowell. And we're really working with them because this kid, what he's doing should satisfy that intro to engineering.
To get a
So-
license, he's going to need 5 years of experience.
Correct.
So don't count on it.
I know, but so
And
we
North
do
Shore
work.
Community College is only a 2-year school. Mm-hmm. And that's not what this is about.
But what benefits him from getting that is that the governor has the 2+2 program. So by him graduating from North Shore, he automatically matriculates into UMass Lowell, which is in the top 20 engineering schools in the nation,
Absolutely.
at the same price as going to North Shore Community College. So he will earn his bachelor's degree at the same time as other kids are earning their associate's degree for more than half the cost of a four-year college.
That is totally true.
So that's just one example.
Well, that's one example.
Yeah.
But I think that example needs to be expanded because North Shore Community College was always intended to be part of the program that they were going to have because Essex Aggie was at that
Yes.
time
Yep.
collaborating with
Yeah.
them.
And so we're working with them to hopefully build a path, because as you know, it's right behind us. So we're looking at building a path where kids can actually maybe take first block at North Shore Community College, right? 101, and then come back to us for the rest of their coursework. So we are working with them on that. It's just not solidified.
The other questions that I've been thinking of is cooperative education. That's a great step forward. I went through Northeastern University, 5 years,
Yeah.
but it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
That should be expanded, both into the medical and into the engineering. And Hancock Engineering is a great place to start with.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, well, there was an article, and Wayne expanded on it, is concerns about the size of the school. At the time when this thing was developed, or the program became evident of what we needed, that was the size. The thing is that Mr. Ridgeon and I sat there and we were talking about Peabody not being part of it. But it became a part of it because of the state aid that was provided. So that's another thing, that the size at that time was not considered as, the maximum. And I think, what was it, 1570 or something like that was the size that we had?
1,600.
I think at that time.
Yeah, I think it's,
It was 1370 at one point.
Yeah.
So,
Rounded to 14.
yeah, so MSBA has around 1570 as far as the max capacity. And then we're able to go a little bit over that because we readjusted some office space.
Every year, we at town meeting always discuss the cost per student. And that's what, 16,000 for Danvers? And the question that was raised in regard to the different classes of citizens that go to that school, they're funded differently. Why is that? I mean, I know it's by formula, but the problem is are we sharing in our 16,000 the payments for the retirement system for Salem?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
all
all
part of the,
included in
yep.
So that's a question that's been raised every single year. Are all the slots filled right now that you have?
We do have some available, so as you know, when we added the school, it grew over time.
Right.
So we are seeking to fill all of our spots.
It can probably grow further with renovations to the offices that are expanding all over the
Yes.
place. I know that. Okay. The retirement system, that was an issue that I had. And Mike's concern about Essex, North Shore students concentrating on going to college, that's not what the vocational school is about. Vocational school was to train and develop students for the workforce, basically. It's become, like you said, 70% of the students go to college, and they can do that in the Danvers school system as well, or better even.
And that's not unlike any other school system. I think with ed reform, with MCAS, I think there's a push of parents as well in what, but our vocational school that was formed in 1964, the first regional vocational school district, is not the same vocational school as 2019 because the industries are very different. You know, what's driving our industries are very different. So your traditional trade programs still exist, but then you have your technical programs where post-secondary is a need for them to be able to advance within their fields.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Mrs. Flaherty.
Linda Flaherty, Precinct 6, Town Meeting Member. I'm trying to be very mindful of the fact that this is a Finance Committee meeting. And so when one touches upon a subject that I am intensely passionate about, and people who know me and know my background know that that is probably in the top 3 of things that I'm passionate about, I guess second to anyone who wants to talk about my kid. But vocational education is tremendously important, but what I'm hearing here is more discussion about some things that I think we need to take offline. Back 5 years ago, a tremendous effort was made to get as many people into the school to showcase it, to show how it was different, to show what was going on. And our only opportunity really to speak with you and your predecessors is typically this Finance Committee meeting. And so in advance of that, there are town meeting members, and you're looking at some of the most active town meeting members who go to Finance Committee meetings and zoning meetings and all of that, who would probably welcome an opportunity, and I'm sure, and there's some active discussions that have gone between me and some of the members on the Finance Committee about these very philosophical discussions. And I'm more than happy to explain to some of them how some of those students wind up going to college afterwards because they needed that CNA to support them as they lived on their own from 18 years old. And that's how they got to college, was they had that job and did that nights. There's all kinds of reasons why kids do that. There's an evolutionary process that anybody who has kids over 25 years old understands. It's not a straight path at 9th grade to know you're going into college. All of those philosophical things, because I share just about everybody's concern. I also am so passionate about the fact that we need people to be into the trades, and the trades don't look like the same thing that they were when my husband was in vocational school. So from that standpoint, I don't know if it's feasible for you, you're new to the school, to take this opportunity to learn something from what's going on here. And as budget seasons come up in your schools, to give an opportunity, I don't know if it's an open house that says, hey, I want to show you what we do. I'm going to answer every single last question. We will get into some intense philosophical discussions about vocational school, charter schools, anything else you want to do in advance of that, so that we can have a Finance Committee meeting where we're more focused on finance.
The budget.
That would be a lovely thing, because I see this play out every single year, and every single year I could take from now until the end of the night to hash out all kinds of philosophies about vocational education, but I don't think that's what we need to do when we have our school department, police department, and what else? Is there something else on the agenda? So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm asking everybody collectively here if we can do a better job of getting those types of things out of the way before we come to this room. And I'd be more than happy to give you my phone number. I'd be happy to orchestrate that, whatever it takes.
Okay, so I will give you my card because
Thank
I
you.
did have 2 community outreach events that nobody came to. And so
Oh, well,
clearly
that
I'm not
stinks.
getting to the right person. So I will give you my
I'll
card.
run around to everybody and make sure they go.
Okay,
It's
so
fine.
I'm pretty open and will go anywhere that I'm invited to.
Okay.
But I also would like people to visit more than just our bistro, because obviously
Which is
people come.
fabulous,
I
by the
know,
way.
it's fabulous. But to really see it all in action, you need to see it. And so I welcome anyone to come. And I can even do a spring meeting before the end of the school year. But I agree with you. Unless you really see it and understand it and
Don't
can
understand
question, it's hard to kind of capture it here. So
And it's also very helpful to have students actually talk about their path. I know a number of students who have come out of North Shore Tech and have taken very different paths in terms of where they have gone. And for some of them, college has been a part of it, and I understand why they did what they did.
Thank you. I'll give you my card.
Mrs. Daly?
Good evening. Is this working? Good evening, Andrea Daly, Precinct 3 Town Meeting Member. I hate to prolong all of this, and I do have to compliment you, Heidi. You have been able to answer every question without any notes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Unbelievable.
It's all up here.
I'm going for a little bit of a different tact, and I'm wondering if, in the future, there'd be a possibility of those people that have graduated from high school, perhaps entered the service and have come home, to be able to take a night course in order to get a certificate in a particular field. Because, see, your school is open X number of hours a day, and then at night, all of that expensive equipment is just sitting there. And it would be an opportunity for the person to pay for those courses as if he were going to North Shore Community College and other places, to be able to utilize your equipment, your instructors, in order to get a certificate. And this is an altogether different avenue here. And would they consider that? And also, because that school has taken off like a rocket. It is an unbelievable establishment. I haven't been to your bistro, trying to lose weight. And so the other thing is that a possibility of having night school for those youngsters that weren't given the opportunity. I'm going to give my own personal experience. I have a son, Michael, that graduated from Danvers High, and when he did, there was no place to go for what he wanted. And so he went to the North Shore Voc, which was located in the Cummings Center, and he only went to school part-time of the day. It was in the afternoon when they taught these skills, and so he received a certificate for building maintenance, and that was a lifesaver for him. So I'm just so glad that you came and presented yourself very well to us as a group, and thank you so very much.
Thank you. So just quickly, if you do know any veterans, we are offering an advanced manufacturing program this summer. It's through Mass Hires. It would cost $4,500, but if they register with Mass Hire, they will get it free of charge. It also networks them into, so we have an existing advanced manufacturing program right now. There are 2 participants in it that just got hired by General Electric. So now they're going to school at night, working at General Electric during the day. It's a 300, 600, 900-hour program approved by the state. And we really are looking at veterans. We have a service animal program at our school, Company to Heroes, and they train veterans, they train service animals for veterans. And we offer that, and they actually did some renovations to the Essex Aggie campus, but it's a great partnership that we have. And they're able to get their animals groomed and serviced in our companion animals for free. But we would like to do more workforce development for the veterans. It's kind of near and dear to my heart, knowing that there's many family members, but also after they've almost given their life for us, we should be able to retrain them so that they can get gainful employment. So thank you for bringing that up. But if you do know anybody, any veterans or through the Veteran Services that may benefit from manufacturing, again, think $20 an hour for a 16-year-old kid out of the gate. Within a year, more than likely, they're making over $30 to $40 an hour with benefits.
That's great. Any other questions from the audience?
I move the budget.
Actually, this appears as a warrant article, so we'll do that next. We'll actually vote on the warrant article in not next week, but the following week's warrant article presentations. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a quick 5-minute, a real 5-minute break, and
Thank you very much. I already had both of
Oh, you
these.
did? Okay.
okay, let's continue. I know, I don't have, this would be a nice time for a gavel, but,
Just bang.
well,
For cheap. Who can whistle? Someone can whistle.
no, that's all right. Why don't we continue with the budget hearings? We're going to be moving on to the Danvers Public Schools, and we'll welcome School Committee Chairman Arthur Skarmas and Superintendent Dr. Lisa Dana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the request of the chairman, we're going to have a brief presentation tonight, and I just want to, first of all, say that I'm here along with the superintendent, also the assistant superintendent, Keith Taverna, and my other school committee members, Eric Crane, who's at the table with us, Mary Beth Berry, Dave Thompson, and Jeff Kay. And my office manager is here tonight, Linda Flaherty, who I would hope would not ask any more questions. So basically, just very briefly, the numbers are pretty straightforward. They're pretty simple. There's not a lot in this budget. Essentially, the request this year is for a total of $42,317,094. It's an increase of $1,222,598, or a 2.98% increase over the FY19 budget. And primarily, that is really focused on meeting our contractual obligations. So, at the selectmen's meeting, I went on and said more, but then I basically just said exactly what the slides show. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dana and let her just finish this up.
Thank you very much. All of the budgets are online on our website, and we also do have extra budgets here for anyone in the audience. For building our budget, we'll begin with that. It all revolves around our strategic plan, and we have just entered our next strategic plan, looking at the next 5 years of moving our school district forward. It's predicated on our core values of caring, quality, commitment, and collaboration. And with our strategic plan, we are building off of our core foundation with the support of the town with our core curriculum, and really looking at student engagement and social emotional learning as our 2 pillars in moving forward and supporting our students. And that's really supporting the whole child. So it's our academic and our social and emotional learning for all of our children. Our core theories and our strategic objectives in going forward are to have a safe and supportive learning environment for all of our students. That's looking at being conducive to a high academic achievement for all students through looking at social emotional learning. We have our coherent curriculum and instruction, and that is our belief that all students can and will learn to their highest potential. And our final core theory is our engaged students, where we want to provide engaging learning experience that allow for students' voice and choice. And we really are connecting all of these, if we think about it as a braid weaving, that all of this is connected for our students, their academic, social, and emotional learning. From our strategic plan, we then look at our student needs, staffing, enrollment, and our contracts. So we have reviewed all of our programmatic needs. We have our contractual obligations for personnel and transportation. Enrollment forecasts, as we have spoken about in past meetings with our Smith School building project and the forecast growth. We are slowly seeing that, and we see that for the next 2 years it's continuing to build. So that will have us looking at our elementary schools, the Smith Elementary School, adding a first grade teacher for enrollments. And at our preschool level, if we were looking at new kindergartners, meaning that our preschool is now having more students over the last couple of years. So for preschool, a 0.5 teacher and a 0.5 speech and language pathologist. So we're really looking at, we have a number of young families in Danvers getting ready to send their children to school here in Danvers. We have looked at our student services at the middle school, looking at social emotional learning. We've made a switch with our social workers between middle school and high school, so that has necessitated a 0.5 social worker addition at our middle school. And at the high school, looking at restructuring for the student needs on an ongoing basis, looking at our student data and restructuring, being able to shift personnel at the high school level. This is really about remodeling. We think about remodeling for our Smith Elementary School, remodeling education for the 21st century. Under curricular needs, we have looking at the student engagement piece. How do we take the content and make it as engaging as possible with our students? That has to do a lot with consumables and hands-on materials with our students. At the elementary level, we have a new science program, and that will require the consumables on a yearly basis moving forward. moving forward with the Department of Education in Massachusetts. Civics has been reinstituted for our 8th grade, so we'll be looking at implementing middle school civics again. And looking at the high school level, we've had grants and want to stabilize that and have that sustained at our high school with Project Lead the Way, that again have more engaging activities with our students and allow for more student voice in their work with us at Danvers High School. Our contractual obligations, we have negotiated increases in all of our contracts, and those are all at 2% for FY20. Looking at then our FY20 identified needs, as our school committee chair stated, our contractual obligations are at $1.2 million. Our staffing changes, $118,000. We factor in any known retirements when we go through the budget process, although that won't happen until the end of June and getting ready for September. We have a savings of $246,000. In special education, we also have a savings of $105,000. That's looking at, again, the age of children. Some of our children are aging out, changes in their programming, and then also being able to use a state program, our circuit breaker reserve, for any unknown placements going forward for next year. Other non-salary are $143,000, and that, again, is for our science consumables and for civics. Transportation, we do needed to bid our transportation contract going forward for this year, and we anticipate a $19,000 increase in transportation cost. Which leads us to looking at our budget increase. We look back at the past for our past 2 strategic plans. The average, the 10-year average for the school budget increase is 3.12%. And comparing this also to looking at the state, we were able to, since the Board of Selectmen's meeting and our school committee budget hearings, we now have the FY18 information from the Department of Education. So last year for Danvers, the per pupil cost $16,283,000 compared to the state average of $16,465,000, which leads us to our proposed FY20 budget for the school department, $42,317,094, which is a 1.2 million dollar increase, representing 2.9% increase over our FY19 budget. Thank you very much.
So we'll open it up to questions.
Please.
Starting at my end?
Sarah. Sally.
Thank you. In the summary, the executive summary, which is the only part of the budget for some reason that I had to review, on page A5 are a list of achievement metrics that I assume are the goals. These are,
Yes.
so these are hoped for outcomes in your strategic plan going forward.
Yes.
But I've got to say, I was struck by the fact that the goal, thank you, is that by the end of grade 5, only 60% of the students would score at meeting and exceeding standards on the grade 5 math MCAS. And that by the end of 6th grade, again, only 60%, the goal would be that 60% of the students would score meeting and exceeding on the ELA MCAS. By the end of 8th grade, just 60% meeting and exceeding on the math MCAS. I don't have a context for the numbers, but those just seem like really low goals to aim for, which concerns me. And I know that I have had the benefit of looking at Mrs. Daly's comments about performance and that looking at how kids in the Danvers schools are performing, that there are some really disappointing statistics out there in the world. I wondered if you could address that.
Yes, thank you. Overall, and for many years, our MCAS, and it has changed over time, the different tests that the state has, we will normally be slightly above state average. That seems to be where Danvers will fall with our, with that metric for our MCAS. So when looking at that, we have that information. Over the last couple of years, our middle school has struggled more with the MCAS. There have been different variables that we have put forward at our middle school and looking at the changes that we've made. As superintendent, I really look at the, starting in the 3rd grade with the MCAS as one of the measures. There are different measures. We do make sure that it's part of our strategic plan here, but there are also other measures that we look at, and we present that every October with our school committee and to the community. With the measures here, from grades 3 through 8, we want our students practicing. We want our students to practice, so when they get to the 10th grade and they have to take the MCAS test, which is then part of the graduation requirements. The state of Massachusetts states that you need to have passed the MCAS at grade 10. We do increase that to the 90%, and we have all of our students moving forward that the MCAS does not hold back a Danvers High School student from graduating from high school. So looking at it, it may seem low at the moment. It is going into this first year. It's looking at our real data that we have. We want to increase that. We also have logic models that we are looking at student information, data, their performance on a yearly basis also, and that data we present to our school committee on a yearly basis also.
So my concern, of course, is that the goal seems low, but that's talking about something in the future. How are the kids doing now? I mean, it seems, again, from the information that I've received from Mrs. Daly, that we're performing pretty low, below average, which surprised me. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? And then am I looking at the incorrect statistics?
So let me first of all put this in a little bit of context. So if you if you look at by the end of grade 6, so where you were looking, Sally, it says 60% of the students will score at meeting or exceeding. Okay, so if you look at the statistics for this past year, 6th grade, 51% is the number for Danvers, 50% is for the state. So 2 things. Number 1, 50% is for the state, so 60% is 20% over what the state is. Also, if you're at 51...
But it's still 51% grade on the test, right?
No. So this is the number of students that are meeting or exceeding the standards. Okay, so it's not like you're going to find schools that at 100%.
Okay. But it does mean that 49% are not meeting this.
Well, 2 things. Okay, so you have to have realistic goals. You're not going to jump from 50% to 80%. You can say you want to, but that's not realistic. Secondly, there is the point that Lisa was making is that what you want is when the kids get to be in 10th grade, they get 90 or 96%.
You want them
to be
able to
quite
pass,
honest with
yeah.
you, what happens in 3rd, 5th, and 6th doesn't really matter as long as when they get to where they need to be, that's where they are. And that's what we have been doing, and that's what we're trying to do. So as far as that's concerned, I think that's some context as to how that works.
Okay, I think there'll probably be more questions in this area. Again, in the executive summary, there's a reference to a student survey to be developed during school year 18 to 19. Was that developed, and how's that going?
We are working on that. It is not complete at the moment. We have looked at the social emotional learning, and we worked with our school committee to say that this that we have here is a draft, that we also have an Essex County Learning Communities grant that we're working with 5 other communities, and we do have a social emotional learning visioning group that we just had a community forum in March that met, and we'll be putting that together. So that is in progress, but it's not completed at this time.
And finally, can you describe what is Project Lead the Way?
Project Lead the Way is a research-based, evidence-based program for middle school and high school. We do have it at our high school. We've started with engineering courses, and we do have now a biomedical course that we started this year. So they're really looking at having a context, having a problem to solve, and that's how they're learning their content throughout the year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike?
No, I'm good.
Paul?
I'm gonna come back to what Arthur and Sally were discussing in a minute, but a couple of other things. Before we go there. The budget is $42,317,094, and we're about $185 below state aid per pupil. And I always ask this question because I'm getting old, I probably don't have a memory, but if we were to add on town maintenance, what would that do to that particular figure of $15,830 per pupil?
It's factored into that number.
Yes.
So it
It's
already
inclusive
is
of that.
factored.
So we show it separately in our budget, but at the end of each year, Keith is required to provide information to the state, and it recaptures that information.
Okay, so
'Cause
that
each school
that
budget
is
looks a
the
little
exact figure, right, okay, so, fine. Okay, explain to me, again, from my knowledge, and then I think this had to do with, if I'm wrong, I apologize, special education. Page D8, I think the term circuit breaker is used. Is that what I suspect it is at some point, aid kicks in, or am I reading that wrong? Would you please explain that term for me?
So for students who are attending out-of-district placements, when the expenses for that student reach 4 times what they call the foundation level, the state kicks in somewhere between, over the last, let's say, 10 years, somewhere between 40 and 75% of those expenses. In recent years, it's been about 70%. So they give it back to us in a reimbursement method. So we take that reimbursement that we receive in this fiscal year, so the money we receive in FY19 is money that we carry forward to FY20 and spend in FY20.
Okay. And another one was, just as I ask every year, I look at the fees chart, and that stayed the same this year? There were no increases?
This is year, I think, 8 without any increases.
Okay, and then the same thing holds true with the bus transportation,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Right? Okay, and,
Well, can I just ask a
Sure.
follow-up that's related to that?
Sure.
I've often seen in a variety of circumstances where fees remain stagnant for a long period of time and then have a large jump. Do you have any kind of policy in place that would prevent that, for, say, that they would only increase no more than 10% or something like that if they did need to increase?
There's no policy. I think we would actually hope to go in the opposite direction, that over the course of time, we could look to eliminate fees to help with equity pieces and to eliminate any barriers to participation. We do work with individual families for anybody that needs a hardship waiver if you qualify for free and reduced lunch. But I think we would all hope in the long run, we could go the opposite direction.
Thank you, Keith. Sorry, Paul, thank you.
sorry, all right, going back to part of the, this was on A5, the question that Sally posed. And I think I took part in the strategic plan.
Last year,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
you
I
were part
did.
of our visioning for
I
last year.
I don't remember discussing this particular item per se. This might be something you did not talk about, obviously. 60%, I agree, is, to me, is a low standard. Now, is that something that, as an administrative, as a department, as a school system, this is what you arrived at? It's not mandated by the state or anyone else? It's just the figure you, not you personally, but your team and the school committee, you've arrived at that particular starting point or minimum point?
Well, and I would say, go back to what Mr. Skamis was able to share again. So going to the Department of Ed's website for Danvers and looking at our MCAS data, the example given here for the end of 6th grade in our last testing, so spring of 2018, our ELA for 6th grade was 51% for meeting or exceeding. The state average was at 50%. So 60% on that, that is a gain for us to move from 51 to 60%. So although it may seem low out of context, when it's in context with where we currently are and what the state average is, to go up to the 60%.
It would be a 20% improvement.
And the other
Right.
thing that you need to familiarize yourself with, if you really want to understand these numbers, is what the numbers are throughout the state. So if you look at third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, the state averages are 50, 52, 48, 51. Those are what the state averages are. When you get to high school, they're up in the 90s, okay, for the state average. And that's because that's just the way that the test works. But the point is that if we can get to 60%, we're 20% over the state average, all right?
Are you saying we're at 60% now?
No, the goal is 60%.
But we haven't
Right
reached
now, we're
that
at
goal
50
yet?
No,
No.
right now, we're at 51.
Okay.
The goal is 60. If we get to 60, which is the goal, now the question was that the goal seems low. The goal isn't low, because the state average is 50, we're at 51. If we can get to 60, okay, we're over the state average by 20%, we've increased our score by 18%, and then we get there, we'll set another goal. But we're certainly not gonna, I mean, it's not realistic to, first of all, you won't find any schools with 80% in sixth grade. So we could say that, okay, but it's not realistic to go to 51% to 80% or to go 60% over the state average, okay? So the goal is a strong goal, and it's a realistic goal. It's 20% above the state average, and it's 18% above where we are right now.
Now, is it fair to say that if you reach 60%, if you were to reach 60%, at that point then, would you look to
Of
raise
course.
the bar again?
We're always looking to raise the bar, absolutely.
Okay. Now, answer this question for me. If you can get to 60%, 55 to 60%, during that time frame that you've set out here in your strategic plan, in other words, you start out in grade 5 and then you go to grade 6, and I don't know whatever happens to grade 7, maybe they took the year off, but it's grade 8. Is there a better chance at that point, once they start to take the MCAS in 9th and 10th grade, or is it just 10th grade?
10th.
10th grade. Is there a better chance for success and improved testing at that point that would improve our overall MCAS scores?
It's not gonna, we're already in the 90s, so it's not gonna improve.
You think
too much.
okay, well, hold on, okay. You're already in the 90s.
Right.
That's what you're saying, okay?
In
Now,
in
but
10th grade,
what Dr. Dana just said before, prior, is what we're at a level bar, slightly above the state average, or whatever the term you want to use. And what I'm asking, Arthur, is that if you could improve the scores at the elementary school, getting up to the 60%, it would seem to me that that would help improve that line that you just talked about, Dr. Dana, about getting higher test scores, which would improve whatever ranking, I don't know what ranking you use, anybody uses, to be honest with you, because you can fool around with numbers all you want, right? But what I'm trying to say is, there's got to be a way somehow to get us off that straight line we've been on. That's all I'm looking at. That's what I'm asking, I guess.
So what I would first say is that ELA in 10th grade is 95%, okay? So I suppose that if we got to 60%, that it might make it go to 97%. I mean, the point is, anything that we can improve on is great.
Right.
I don't know how much it's gonna change the high school level, but anything that we can improve on is great. I also don't wanna over-focus on it. And as far as the scores that were not good, they were specifically for the middle school. And I would invite anybody to take a look at our October and November meetings, where we spent a good, probably combined 3 to 4 hours talking about that, how we're dealing with it, what
Right.
we're doing about it.
Yeah.
Something that we can't really do in this forum. But, you know, when we get something that doesn't look good, then we're gonna deal with it.
You jump out, yeah. Right.
Absolutely.
explain to me, and the folks out there, what's the definition of meeting and then exceeding? When you say meeting, you're just talking about getting to a certain level that, I mean, I look at it as pass-fail, but I know that's not correct, okay? But when you say meeting, as you did say here, you score at meeting and exceeding standards.
So that's all the state program. So the state assessment system has cutoffs for meeting, exceeding, needing
Anything
improvement.
below, then you...
Right, so there's a certain cutoff
Right.
number, and so it's a state program.
So that's meeting, and then to get to exceeding, obviously, you've done better on the test, I guess. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
And we look at it as that our overall strategic plan is what will help to move our students forward in not only their academic, but their social and emotional learning. And AMCAS is one metric that we use, but when we present to the school committee at our October meeting on a yearly basis, we do our story, the journey of our high schools, our pre-K to 12 students, in looking at that. So we look at graduation rate, we look at their attendance rate, we look at PSATs, SATs. There's a number of different metrics, and then we look at what we're doing internally also. So you have your your state, national types of assessments, and then we look at internally on a day-to-day basis, the different types of testing, the benchmark testing that we're doing with our students internally with the curriculum that we do have in place.
Okay, now, I did watch some of the discussion that took place regarding the middle school situation, and my trust we're going to get better, we're going to improve. Getting the tests, are the children, the pupils just finished MCAS testing, correct?
We're in the midst of it. It starts in
okay.
April and will go through May. So
You
they're
go through
finishing
May, so
their
you're not
ELA
finished yet.
in
And we will
May
get
is-
those results in the fall?
in the fall, yes.
All right, so then at those results will be seen elementary through 10th grade. One last question, you just touched on it, Dr. Dana, is that I think it was mentioned at some point in another meeting that I happened to be looking at. Somehow I just can't get away from these meetings. I wonder why, all right? And there was a discussion about graduation rates not at the high school, but those that go on to college. And I thought I heard you say that you were conducting a study. And is that correct or not? No?
No.
So once they leave us, we don't know if they actually graduate in 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, or not, correct?
Right.
So we have is there any way to get figures on the success? Or, I mean, it's important to me, but it may not be important to other folks, but I think it's important to find out exactly what's happening to these children when they leave and they go on and they disappear or they're extremely successful. I have to believe there's some way through guidance to check up on matriculation and success. Just a thought. Would hope that we would have the resources to try to do some kind of checking. Arthur, you're smiling.
Well, because we've thought about it and tried to figure out ways to do that in the past, and of course, ultimately, it comes down to self-reporting and you know, the kids,
Yeah.
some of them will give you information, some of them you can't even.
We don't have probably the constitutional ability to go in and check.
And I would love, see this, it's something that I asked way back 10 years ago, because I
Yeah.
would love to know that information.
Right.
We haven't figured out, maybe we make them sign a contract when they graduate, and they have to tell us where they are in 4 years, I don't know,
Okay.
but we haven't figured it out yet.
All right. I'll leave my questions at this point.
Could I just, would it be fair to say that we could probably talk about 10 or 12 really cool success stories that your schools had, and everybody's done really well, and then we could maybe pretend that we're going to base everything that you do about that?
Yeah, that definitely could happen, yeah.
Okay, I'm all set temporarily.
Mike?
Okay, why don't we go through a few line items. A6, 152 middle school special ed teachers. How many teachers are those?
For line,
6% rate increase.
on, sorry, what line number?
152.
152, so
On
I'm
page
gonna
A6.
refer you to page C20.
C20, right, okay.
And it'll show you that there's 9 middle school special education teachers.
All right.
And I can tell you that the cost of living adjustment was 10,000 of that. Their steps cost was 10,000 and their educational advancement was 9,000 of that expense. So the educational advancement is why that percentage is higher.
And 155, that's the high school special ed teachers.
So that line has a little bit of a restructuring for this year. So in order to better service our special education students, we eliminated an academic interventionist and 2 high school aides and added 1.4 professional special education teachers to reduce the class size in co-taught classrooms. So the way the law is written is if you have over a certain number of students in a special education classroom, they need an aide in addition to the teacher. So instead of having the aide, we reduce the class sizes and increase the number of teachers, and we feel that will better help the students' academic achievement. So that's why you see a larger dollar increase there, because there are additional positions.
Yeah, C22, right, okay. 163 administrative assistants and 165 nurses. Let's take 163 first. That's, is that 5 administrative assistants?
I mean, there's a total of 18 total administrative assistants for FY20. There is an increase there, but you'll see a corresponding decrease in aides. As part of our collective bargaining, we restructured 2 of our office aides, and they will be administrative assistants entry level for next school year based on an increase in work responsibilities.
And the nurses, there's 9 of those, I believe. It's that 1 for each elementary and 2 for the junior high and 2 for the high school?
Yes. And again, there's educational advancement seen with those employees, so that's why the percentage is higher than some other categories.
Okay. Let's go C3. The math coach, down toward the bottom. That's a new position?
It is not a new position. It was miscategorized in prior years up under elementary teachers. So rather than having it embedded in a school, we separated it out because to better report the expense.
That's what kind of a education do they have to have? That's quite a high salary for a coach, isn't it?
So they would have masters plus 60 additional credits or be in the appendix. So it is one of our veteran teachers who's in that position to help coach our other elementary teachers on how to teach math.
Okay. How about the literacy coach, 3238?
So same thing, that employee's at the top of our salary schedule, so they've been with us for over 15 years, and they are at the top of what educational advancement they could make.
Great salaries. All right, let's try C11. Team leaders. How many of those do we have?
I believe that is for 9 team leaders. So instead of having, as we heard Essex Tech speak about having department heads, we have team leaders instead. So they're embedded on each of ours. So there's 9 of them because there's 3 grade levels and 3 teams per grade level.
So that's like an additional stipend for them for being a
Yes,
team leader?
for helping run the professional development and the professional learning communities that take place in the schools.
Okay, C13, high school, middle school. That number, that salary, 577 each, does that include just 3, or is that a total of, how many of those are there?
So there's 3 of those. Those are new positions for next year. So right now we have the team model in the middle school as well as 9th grade. We're looking at expanding that to the 10th grade so that they can better know the students and better help intervene with them on both social, emotional, and the academic level
So you're gonna have 6 of those altogether then?
at the high school level. 3 for the 9th grade and 3 for 10th grade.
C17, What credentials does a planning room facilitator need?
So we're actually going to change that to student support aide for next year. So we've changed that title. We've been having conversations. They're in the paraprofessional unit. They're just providing more social emotional learning support to students rather than academic supports.
Okay, I have a general question on E6. This athletic fees. I had a grandparent call me and ask a question. If one of the children gets hurt playing one of the sports, and generally the family has an insurance policy, but if there's something comes up that isn't covered, does the school take care of the balance, or is that strictly up to the family?
That'd be up to the family. The school district and the town does offer optional insurance policies that families can elect to participate in to help cover expenses if they should get injured like that, but we do not have many families that choose to participate in that, but it is a service that the town offers.
Well, it really galls me, and probably Paul too, when a kid has to pay $245 to play football and get his head bashed in. I don't understand that.
Hey, don't get me going on that one. 2.5. It's about 2.5.
Just a couple more. E12. Math support.
The supplemental online math support.
Yeah.
So this is for students that, I guess in older days would have been the gifted students is how they would have referred to them. So this would be for extension programs. And this is part of our multi-year budget plan. So this is not items that are included in the FY20 budget request, but items that we're hoping to add for FY21 and FY22.
Future.
So that would be extensions so kids could, to further their math skills.
Has this got anything to do with what you've been doing for 10 years, the investigation method?
No, it's not due to the investigations. The investigations curriculum that we have for teaching elementary math really looks at math understanding, that students really understand the concepts, not only the algorithms. We are looking at all students, so as we look at our support services for students that may have an IEP, we really do need to get back to having what support services that we have for students that are ready to go above the expectations for a particular grade level. We do work with some families and for some students now on a smaller scale, so we want to continue adding to that in our district.
Are you also going to be, under technology, you're going to hook on with the general government and ask for more on the town warrant article?
We do have a warrant article request in conjunction with general government.
Remember how much that's going to be?
I believe it's somewhere in the range of $80,000 to $100,000 as part of there. We are in the process of developing a one IT program with Town Hall, so we're trying to consolidate our services, become more efficient when it comes to especially network infrastructure to start, so that way we're not dual buying those types of pieces of hardware, and that way we're working together to have redundancy and be more cost effective and more efficient.
One more small one here. The last page, E16, you got an operating income of $45,413.23. Where does that go?
It goes back into the food services enterprise revolving fund. Again, I think proud to say that it's been, I believe, 8 years since we've increased school lunch prices. So we've really had a focus on reinventing that program. And so those earnings will go back into investing in fresh fruits and vegetables and to try to keep participation up to help us not have to increase school lunch prices.
Okay. Thank you.
Sally?
Thank you. Before I forget, just because Mike just mentioned it, when my kids were in elementary and middle school, it was just the beginning of Khan Academy. I don't know if any of you, but they became my friends because I could only go so far in instructing my children in their mathematics, but Sal Khan of Khan Academy would appear on the screen and you could do the problem, and I'm imagining that this is something like that, the online math extension program. So, I mean, it's great. We want to use technology the best ways we can.
Thank you.
So first I want to say, before I get into some concerns about resource distribution at the elementary, my usual thing about which schools are getting which resources, I'm thrilled to see civics is coming back into our middle school curriculum. I don't know why it ever went away, but I think we all know why we need it back, and so that's wonderful. And that will be a whole curriculum, right? That's not a project. There was another thing where they are gonna do one project of relevance or something. This is different. This will be a whole year or
Right.
semester or.
At different grade levels, we have community service or service learning types of projects, and I believe the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee last year supported our 7th grade students in a project. And then we also have Project Citizen at the high school level. Our juniors do that as units, but this is a full 8th grade curriculum.
Oh, that's excellent. Okay, that's great. So in light of, I know there's been ongoing concern about some of the MCAS scores, and I fully appreciate that there are limits to what MCAS data can tell us, but I think that there were some very important things brought to light. I went onto the website for DESC, and I got looking at class size, number of students with disabilities, number of high need students, class sizes, teacher salaries, where we stack up, and it's too much to get into this whole thing with everyone, but I would just ask that you take a look at, like, for example, I'll give you one thing. We're gonna increase, I understand, I appreciate you're gonna add a preschool teacher at Smith.
Sorry, a 1st grade teacher at Smith.
First grade teacher at Smith.
And
Okay.
preschool is housed at Riverside.
Okay, so Smith has 292 kids, right? It ranked, I think, really high in terms of outcomes. If you're gonna look at MCAS, I think they were number 1. And then they have a fairly manageable student-teacher ratio, it seems, 13-1, I think. 15, excuse me, a little bit higher. And then, you know what I'm gonna say, so now I'm looking at Highlands, which is the largest elementary, 384 kids. Came in 5 on the scorings. And yet in the budget, it's 2nd in resources for a budget number. And there are variations in these by building. And I don't know if that's a budgeting tool that you just, or do you really build programs by the building or by all the grades? What accounts for these, different numbers, $26,000 more at Great Oak versus $38,000 more at Riverside versus $123,000 more at Smith?
So it's really, really complicated, right? So as you look at the DESE students to teacher ratios, that can get into everything from how many classrooms you have and what the total enrollment is to how many specialized programs you have. So let's say Riverside, for example, has a lot of specialized programs where we have more paraprofessionals, but their overall enrollment is lower. So you'll have a number that looks like your student to teacher ratio may be lower. When it comes to building the salary accounts, it's based on the number of classrooms. And again, that gets into the age of your teachers. So if you have a more veteran staff, those teachers are gonna be more expensive. So it's really hard to kind of look at apples to apples in that manner. When we look at page E1, I would say that's our October 1 enrollment that shows our classroom sizes in each school. So that's where we hope to see equity in the classroom size from building to building. And then as we talked about the math coach and the literacy coach, those are positions that are split between all 5 elementary schools to really try to have that equity piece that everybody is seeing equal resources and that we don't have more focus of staff in any one building. That it's an equitable experience no matter what elementary school you attend in Danvers.
Right, but you also want to make sure that the kids are getting what they need, so are there things in this budget that you are particularly confident will address some of those issues that we've been talking about in terms of scores and getting better on our, particularly in the math realm? Are there things that, variations here that are aimed at improvement?
It is, and it's about looking at our student data. So we have been working with looking at the data process and having our student data for all of our schools. Our elementary schools have data meetings at least 3 times a year where they're looking at, as a school, the children in the progress that they're making. And then we need more flexibility. So instead of saying a child stays with a certain program and let's say a reading specialist or the Title I for the entire year, we want to take that and take a look at their formative assessment and make changes. It has to be more fluid throughout the entire school year of what the needs are, that students are changing throughout that. So the budget really is based upon, and the needs when we meet with our elementary principals, our elementary curriculum director, it's based on what we're seeing for our benchmark data throughout the school year, and then putting the resources there in each of our schools.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess before I begin, this is near and dear to my heart. I just did the math. I have, if my kids go through Danvers School, I have 57 remaining child years. So this is important. Specific to the budget, I just had one quick question. You said that you were restructuring the high school staff based on student needs. Is that a nice way of saying that there's going to be less teachers there next year because enrollment is down, or you're just reallocating headcounts
Reallocating.
to different departments or different grades?
Yes, we're reallocating the resources.
We're actually going to have more professional staff and less support staff.
Okay, understood. And then, not to belabor the MCAS, the question, I am aware, I watched the October meeting, and I am aware how much time you spend on it. And, I'm sympathetic to the need to measure student progress, but I'm also sympathetic to the tyranny of standardized tests and metrics. And I know that the meets or exceeds is sort of the one that the state looks at to determine whether it gives you a red flag or not, or whatever they want to call it. But at the same time, I'm looking at the goals we've set. At the same time, I'm a little concerned isn't the right word, but reflecting on what I said about the tyranny of managing to the state metric. If we're maniacally focused on getting kids to just that threshold of meeting, what happens to the kids that clearly aren't going to make it, and what happens to the kids that are comfortably above it? Like, I think in October, someone mentioned that maybe in the middle school there weren't as many kids exceeding expectations as we would have liked. Is there a way for us to develop our own goals to encourage, I guess, a robust, to encourage people to look at every student and try and affect progress across everybody, like, even if it's just looking at the median and the mean scores as well as the meets or exceeds, to make sure that we're not just throwing everything at the kids right in the middle of the curve and not worrying about the kids at the bottom or the top.
Yes, and that would be with our benchmark data, common assessments, thinking more of the traditional at the high school level, when they have their quarterly assessments and then their midterms and their final assessment. So looking at that information does allow us to look at the individual child where MCAS, we get once a year that data. So that we did show that as part of the draft of our strategic plan. We do have, as I said, the benchmark information, benchmark data around our students that the teachers are using about our individual children, because we do want to look at all of our students and not really grouping them into that, as you said, the sort of the middle group there. So this budget, as was pointed out, looking at the multi-year budget, we want to continue to add the resources. We are looking at our schedules, that our schedules really need to get updated for the 21st century also, to have time within the schedule where we can then have small groups of students working with the adults in our schools, where some children may be needing more support on a particular concept skill, where another child is ready to move on, and we're providing that, I'll call it extensions for the moment, but that enrichment work for that child to be able to move forward also.
Just to add to that, what you said is pretty much what we as a school committee focus on. And I'm probably I'm not the test guy. I think that the test the state has had different tests over the past 5 years. They keep changing. Fine, whatever they show, fine, we can deal with it. We can help the situation when it doesn't show as well. But the last thing we're going to do is focus on just improving the meets or exceeds at the expense of everything else that goes on in that school. And, you know, if you watch the October meeting, or if you watch any meeting, you know, you'll hear me say that all the time, and you'll hear the rest of the board say that all the time. So that's absolutely what we're trying to focus on, the whole picture, not a test.
That's it. Thanks. Gina?
So I've been participating in the community forums for the public schools. I'm very excited about the 5-year strategic plan. We had a great workshop facilitator last year that helped design the Smith School, and I learned that 21st century learning is nothing like what I learned just a few decades ago, and you know, engaging modern kids is very different from when I grew up. So I'm quite excited. Unfortunately, the only benchmark we have are these MCAS scores. And the facilitator said, you know, you kind of do need to throw those out the window a little bit. But it is really hard for the community to understand, how do we know if our kids are getting a great education? I think if they come from great families, they will. Unfortunately, we have websites that tell us our schools are not doing well. When I moved here 5 years ago, my neighborhood elementary school was rated a 7 out of 10. I just checked tonight, it's rated a 4 out of 10. And Danvers High School is a 6 out of 10. But Masco is 9 out of 10. Now, we don't know how that's calculated, but you yourself said the middle school was struggling. So why does the outward community not think Danvers is necessarily doing well for the North Shore? Do we have demographic issues? Do we have behavioral issues, economic issues, curriculum issues? I mean, from the outside, I think we're probably fine. But for people that want to move here, it doesn't look so hot. I think the social emotional programs we're going to put in, we've heard, do wonders for test scores, but it's going to take a little while. I'm just wondering, does the school committee or administration ever talk about the outside appearance to citizens? Like, how does an average citizen know our school system is working?
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is, from my side job that I get paid for, is that you can't, a house won't last in Danvers for 2 days, all right, that goes on the market.
Sure.
You know, my real estate clients that sell houses get multiple offers, you know, as soon as the houses go up. So I don't think there's a problem with people wanting to move here, okay? I also, you know, you just hit, again, go back to the meeting when Mrs. Daly was speaking to us, which I forget which month that was, but I kind of did what you just did over a span of like 15 years, where schools are ranked 7 one year, 4 the next year, 8 the next year, 3 the next year. I don't know, Paul said earlier, numbers, you can do whatever you want with numbers, all right? So if you want to hyper-focus on something specific like that, I don't know, what does it even mean if it changes all the time like that? So relative to what people think, whatever they look at, I mean, we can't control that. But what I can tell you is, there's no shortage of people wanting to move to Danvers, whether that's for the schools, or whether that's for the community, or whether that's for the recreation department, or whether it's for the town manager, or whatever it is. There's no shortage of people that are coming into this town. In fact,
Could be the,
people complain
could be
because
the
they can't-
finance
Finance
committee.
committee, we leave it
The finance committee. People complain
It's a
because
police
they can't
department.
afford to come into Danvers.
Sure.
People that have recently run for selectmen complain because the house prices were too high and going up too much. So, you know, I don't know what to say to answer the question. I don't think there's an issue with people coming to town, and I don't think there's an issue with house prices.
Right, so if I may add to that, the pieces of looking at the different types of data, so that looking at the housing pieces of it, when I meet with other superintendents and I'm looking at Chapter 70 funding now, there are many districts that their enrollment is decreasing. We're one of few districts that our enrollment is increasing, and it's increasing with our young families. And to look at that MSBA data, we were surprised that it would be increasing, and it is. And we have, for example, one example in working with the town clerk's office, putting census blocks together. In another year, we'll have a census block that has 8 students this year going into kindergarten and could go over 100 students next year. That's where that bump will come. So we do have young families in Danvers coming to school.
Great budget, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
What Dr. Dana just mentioned is the reason the Smith School has to be built to the present expected population. I'm living up on Summer Street, and I've had 5 different neighbors on both sides of me over the last 6, 7 years, and like Arthur said, I'm just hoping it stays that way, because one of these days I'm hauling out of there. Just keep
Go
it
now,
that
Papa, no, stay.
way. No, it's, I'll let you go to the public on something.
no, trying to put off. Any questions from the public? Mr. Bradstreet? I think he's going to stand up and ask if he can teach the civics classes
Yes.
in the 8th grade.
I'll leave that to the professional. Phil Bradstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1. Thank you for the civics. I'm still concerned about the cursive writing. When they make mention of the state average on an MCAS, an average is an average. It's made up of high and low. What's the highest in the state in comparison to us? What are they doing that we aren't? And why is the difference? Is it money, or what is the difference between us and the best performing? Am I asking it right?
You are, yes. We continue to look at how Danvers is doing. We will work with other communities. We'll look at different curriculums. We'll look at the practices on what is happening. There is a piece that does have to do with the socioeconomic pieces. So as superintendent, I don't talk about that as much. I want to talk about all of our students and how we're moving forward. So when we talk about the state average, right, the state average is at the 50%. That's an average. So there are communities that are doing better than Danvers in their MCAS, and there's communities that have a lower score for that. But where we fit probably tells us something about also for our socioeconomic indicators for Danvers. And over the time, let's say even the last 10 years, that has changed. So it's all on the DESE website, and you would be able to see what our economic pieces are. We know we have families that are in need. We work with them. Our town social services work with our families. So those are some of the variables that are there.
My wife has a computer, I don't.
Dr. Dana, could you just explain what the DESE website is and the information that?
Thank you.
Yep.
So our Department of Education, so Department of Elementary and Secondary Education now, so they're called DESE, their website has school profiles, and all of that is there. I believe on our website also we have a link that would bring you to the school profile. The state will also do a school report card, and all of the school report cards are on our website also. They were posted over the last month. Our website has, when we talk about our October meeting, and the information about the student data that we present, and we try to present the entire piece. MCAS is one piece, but we'll talk about other data. We'll also have surveys. Over the last strategic plan, we did a beginning, middle, and end of the survey that we did with our community, with mainly our faculty members and our parents, that information is all there. So there is the quantitative data. There's lots of qualitative data about Danvers and about the success of our students as they continue to move forward.
Thank you.
I guess to me, the obvious question is, who's going to get 100%? If the average is roughly 50, and what's the highest over the 50, what's the lowest under the 50 for arriving at that roughly 50% average? And I think what you're trying to say is part of it has to do with money. Everybody wants to move into Danvers because we're a well-run community, from the top down. Houses are expensive. Somebody's got to come up with the money to buy a house. If they can come up with the money to buy a house, do we need to come up with more money for aspects of the school, or certain curriculums in the school to improve our average so that we're closer to the highest average or the highest score? I mean, I don't say we're failing, but what do we have to do to improve, or how?
You know, again,
I'm not.
No, I get it, and that's fine. I have no problem with any question, but Ted brought up a point, which is, you know, we could focus
And I don't want you to do that.
substantial resources to just make the kids get better grades on the tests.
That's.
This school committee will never do that.
No.
You know.
That's not what I'm asking.
And so as far as that's concerned, you know, that's not going to happen. But you know, the bottom line is that, you know, we're just going to keep plugging away and doing what we can. We are trying. You saw that we have goals, so we are going to try to get those scores up. But again, it's not the entire focus of everything that we're doing. And there is some aspect I mean, if you look at the charts, you're going to see the wealthier towns in general, not every single case, the wealthier towns are up higher and the poorer towns are down lower. And that's not just about money, it's about who the families are, what they do, how much they, you know, and I hate to get into this cultural stuff, but is it, you know, are the parents home all the time? Are they out? Are they working 5 jobs so they can't be with their kids? I mean, all these types of things do with it. But if you have a wealthy community, you know, if you have a Weston or a place like that where there's the parents are there all the time, and you know they count their investment money or whatever they do. But they're focusing on the kids. They're making sure the kids are doing well, and you know, there's so much that goes into it. All right, there's so much that goes into it. We will continue to work on the scores, but again, not at the expense of everything else.
It just troubles me that if teaching the kids in school is just to pass the tests.
That's what I'm going to do.
Or you're teaching young adults in school so that they can function in life, real life, where it's not a test that they have to pass. It's real life, real experiences. It just bothers me when I read about it. Well, the tests, we're teaching some schools that spend too much time teaching kids to take tests. Life is a test, I understand, but don't dwell on one specific point of getting your tests up so that you can, impress people or impress whoever. It's teaching the kids so that they can function well overall, not just taking the school test. I guess that's what I'm trying to get across.
I think I agree with you personally, completely, absolutely.
Thank you. Just work on the cursive writing, please.
Mrs. Daly?
Andrea Daly, Precinct 3, town meeting member for 38 years. I also would like to introduce myself a little bit more for those people that think they know me. I am a lifelong resident of Danvers Port, I've served as a town meeting member for years. I am proud to say that I am a graduate of the Danvers Public School System. I'm proud to say that. I taught in Danvers for 38 years in 10 different schools at the elementary school level, high school level, and I have a master's degree plus 60 hours in education. I'm a state certified reading specialist. I attended the International Reading Teachers Conference at the University of Amman, Jordan, and the University of Tel Aviv, Israel. I am the first teacher awarded the deep recognition. I needed to say this because I'm going to be critical of the present Danvers public school system, and I don't want people in this audience or the people that are listening beyond this audience on the TV to think that I'm carrying a grudge, because I'm not. I submitted to the Finance Committee a reduced package of information that I presented to the Danvers School Committee for their meeting on October 15th, 2018. Prior to their meeting, I sent the school committee 38 pages of academic data regarding the poor standing of our school system in regards to the Mass State average test scores. My concerns were not addressed at that meeting, and this is why I'm here. I also, at that meeting, said to the school committee that I was here to help, and that if they needed my help, all they had to do is ask for the help. I was not even invited to give my ideas as to why the schools aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. We are here tonight to discuss the school committee's proposed budget. Their budget request is for over $42 million, which represents over 57% of the entire budget of the town of Danvers for the year 2019. $42 million a year. I would like to have the school committee, who are responsible for this requested amount, explain how this amount of money will improve the educational programs provided by the school district. It doesn't all depend upon the MCAS results. And I agree with Bill Bradstreet. We have to prepare the youngsters for their roles of being a citizen of tomorrow. That's our job. The MCAS testing results from 2011 to 2018 in all grade levels tested show a downward decline. I see a classmate of mine here in this audience. In 2018, the Danvers School District, there's different assessments here. There's a Danvers School District, a middle school, and a high school. And we're going to concentrate on this total Danvers School District. It's a whole district comprised of 3,608 students, pre-kindergarten, kindergarten through grade 12. They ranked, or this school district ranked, there's 350 different mass districts in Massachusetts. Danvers ranked 222 second of 350 mass districts. This puts Danvers 37% from the bottom of the ranking, or 63% of all Massachusetts school districts are academically superior to us. Now we're talking about $42 million here. The Salem News and the Danvers Herald posted the honor roll for the Holton Richmond Middle School and the Danvers High School for the last quarter of 2018, indicating that the middle school students listed posted an average of 52% of the youngsters meeting the honor roll requirements. And the high school students averaged 66%. So you see all of these kids' names in the paper. And I want to know how does these people, these youngsters, how is it possible that these high numbers of students on the middle school and high school honor rolls do not relate to their low performance on the MCAS test, which is administered to all public middle schools and high schools in the state of Massachusetts? Now, I am going to acknowledge that the Danvers school system does very well in sports, music, arts. That's part of life's experiences. But all of those things that I mentioned takes practice and patience. And where is the practice and patience for the test results? Everything has a test. I don't feel well, I go to a doctor, they give me a test. The car isn't doing well, they give the car a test. Life is full of tests, and academics is one of them. And I don't want to stress it either, but it's part of the experience of having people go to the school system. Now, the Danvers Herald, on November 22nd, 2007, gave an analysis of the MCAS results for Danvers. And this article was titled, "Not Such Adequate Progress, New Math Programs Questioned." This brings up to the point that the superintendent was going to be introducing a math program called Investigations. It's a new way of teaching math. She indicated that over time, the MCAS scores would reflect that Investigations is the right program to learn mathematics. That was the premises. And I'm sure it cost a lot of money to introduce that program, too. A school committee member asked her, "How will we know if it will work?" The superintendent replied, "Through the MCAS data." So here is the superintendent that's saying it's going to work because the scores are going to be improving in the math area. We are now in the 10th full year of Investigations, and the results are dismal. On page 11 in my packet that I gave to the Finance Committee, it said that the Holton Richmond indicates that grade 7 of the academic year 2017 rates a 30% grade of understanding of mathematics using the Investigations program. I'm going to say that again. 30% understanding. That means that the kids do not understand 70%. And this is at the middle school. The English test rated 48% of understanding of material presented, and science rated 42%. Those are not scores that you're holding your head up with. All the scores were substandard. The test used was the assessment of readiness of college and careers. The 2017 math scores for the 5 elementary schools indicated that math scores went down. They went down between grades 4 and 5 in the following schools: Great Oak, Highlands, Riverside, and Smith. Thorpe went up from 46% in grade 4 to 65% in grade 5. As a note to all of us, as the math becomes more complicated with each grade level, only one school out of the 5, only one, was able to handle the material. This bears the fact mentioned previously that when these 5 elementary schools blend together for the middle school, they are not able to handle the material, resulting in the 30% math score from the data of the MCAS results in 2017. And this was a complaint that was made at that meeting by the principal of the middle school. And you can see it on tape, that the principal said that when these youngsters are coming into the middle school, which is grades 6, 7, and 8, they are not prepared. They are not prepared. And it's his responsibility to get those kids into shape before they go to the high school. And by the way, at that meeting, and you can see it on tape, the high school principal was talking about lack of attendance at the high school. Lack of attendance. That was his problem. The elementary principal of the middle school is talking about these kids aren't prepared. The science MCAS performance in the elementary grades, this is going to be a goodie, folks. The science MCAS performance in the elementary grades also seems to be a problem. This is the MCAS results for the elementary grades in grade 5. They're going to be going up to the middle school, grades 6, 7, and 8. Thorpe scored 55%. This is science. Great Oak, 52%. Smith, 30%. Highlands, 26%. Riverside, 20% of scientific understanding of the present material. I don't think the average person in Danvers knows these scores. I spent months on trying to gather this data, and I presented this data of 38 pages of more of the same. It took me months. I have a lot of other things to do, believe me. But when I saw or I read an article in the Salem News saying that there was a targeted group at the middle school that needed intervention from the state, I was alarmed. And that's why I'm here tonight. Do I like being here? No. Given the fact that the school district has department heads for each subject, why is there such a discrepancy of scores presented in presented material in these 5 elementary schools in both math and science? I said this at that school committee meeting, that the elementary schools are the foundation. They're the concrete foundation for the building that's going to be on it. And if those kids aren't doing well, when are they going to be caught up? When? You only get one time in grade 1. You only go through the system one time. And we have to give these kids all of the tools that they're going to be needing to be successful adults, whatever they decide to do in their lives. On page 10 of the material presented to the Finance Committee members, I did include a Realtor's multiple listing source of property in Danvers. Now, Exit Realty posted a rating, if you want to believe this. They're trying to sell some property, and on that page, they posted this about the Danvers public school system. Elementary schools are rated as below average in Danvers. Middle schools, below average in Danvers, and the high school is average. If one knows this, why would a potential buyer with school-age children want to buy a home in Danvers? I don't think that these people know what's going on. It's almost like the story of the Emperor's Clothes. I'm glad you laughed about that one, because I did too. The total value of residential properties in Danvers is in some part based on the academic standing of our school system. I don't want us to go down that slippery, slippery slope of Salem and Lynn. I do have to also say to you that the Beverly School District, which has a varied population and does better than Danvers, and I put that in your packet. In conclusion, the 5 elementary schools have a discrepancy of academic scores in math and science. Math and science. I read you the scores. The Holton Richmond ranks 330 out of 484 Mass middle schools. They're 32% from the bottom, or 68% of all the middle schools in Massachusetts are academically superior to us. Danvers High School ranks 188th of 345 Mass high schools, 46% from the bottom, or 54% of all high schools in Massachusetts are academically superior to us. Statewide performance graph shows a downward line between the years of 2000 to 2011 to 2018 on both the middle school and the high school. That line is going down every single year. And that's 10 years. It's obvious that the Danvers School Department is not teaching what will be tested on the Mass MCAS tests. To sum it up, the Danvers Public School District is not doing as well as the other schools in this area and is in a state of general decline. My question to the school committee, and they've answered some of them, is why are our academic scores so low? And they really don't have a definitive reason for it. There's a hell of a lot of excuses, but there isn't any valid reason. The school system will have over $42 million to spend on education in 2019, and how is this amount of money going to raise up our academic situation? Now, I'm going to put this as a footnote. I want to state that the influx of students from the homeless situation reached the apex of 68 pupils in June of 2015, ending in June of 2017. 68 pupils, that's it. How their numbers affected the MCAS testing results for those years has not been determined by the school department, and I got this information from the school department personnel. Now, I went to Danvers High, Holton High. My friend sitting in the audience was Dame, Davos, Daly, Donahue. Remember those days? Alphabetical listing, Charlie? We did well. And when I went to Salem State, I was very well prepared to go to that school. As a matter of fact, I didn't even have to take an entrance exam, and nobody had to take an entrance exam to get into some of the schools based on the reputation of Danvers and what kind of a product they produced. And I became a teacher. I wanted to be a teacher. And I taught for 38 years. And I loved every minute of it. And the kids that I got their money's worth because that was the lecture from day one. How much does it cost to educate each one of you in this class? And you're going to get your money's worth from me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Daly. I think there were two specific questions in her presentation. One, why are the MCAS scores specifically low? And how is the budget that you presented going to improve that situation? And if you could just concisely just follow up. I know that much of it's been covered already, but if you could just try to address those 2 points.
Yeah, I don't really think that, I mean, it has been answered. Yeah. It was answered at the meeting in October in length. Also, the information provided, which we talked about back in October, is substantially out of context and does not, you can't really answer a question based on out of context information. But I think we've answered the question as to what we're doing with testing in schools. And you know, just as an aside, I just want to say that I probably know 50 kids from the class of 2018, because that's my son's class, and I know them. I know a lot of them, and I know them from his friends. I know them from coaching sports over the years. I know a lot of those kids. I can tell you 50 kids right now. Every single one of them's in college, and every single one of them's doing great. And I can't believe why. How is that possible? It's shocking to me that coming from this school system that they're doing so well. That being said, I don't know that there's any more answers we can give. We've given the answers that we have. If people don't like the answers, there's nothing I can do. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody can take it for what they want. If you want to add something, feel free, but I think that's all there is. Do you want to say something, Eric?
The only thing I would add to that particular piece, a couple of things. I respect Mrs. Daly's work and the hours and the time you put in. but she started out by saying that it shouldn't all be about MCAS, then spent 20 minutes basically talking about how where other districts are academically superior because of the MCAS scores. And I'm on record, and I've talked at meetings about this. You have to look at the whole person and how we try and educate every student and give every student opportunities. And it's not just about sports, art, although those are important. But if you look at something like the DECA program, which has grown to be nationally recognized over like a 5-year period, where they're winning awards nationally for entrepreneurial skills. Students being recognized by the New York Times for comments to the New York Times, I want to say website, but it's like a blog. But they actually singled out our students and then participate in a presentation to other students in the country. So there are a lot of individual success stories. If you look at the schools that our students are going to, you'll find that there are top-tier schools, middle-tier schools. It's certainly, to some extent, a matter of what can be afforded. But by and large, I think that's how people should try and evaluate the system, not just on test scores, but how individual students, how their student, what they're achieving and what they're doing toward their goals. And almost every speaker tonight has really focused on MCAS scores, which I agree have a place, especially in the earlier grades. They can help you lead to understand what your students need to work on and where we need to focus our efforts. But as Arthur pointed out, the graduation rate here is fine. Students are passing the 10th grade MCAS and graduating in large numbers and going on to what they want to do. So, I urge everybody to look at more than just the MCAS scores. It's not fair to rate any district, whether it's Danvers or Wellesley or Newton or Lynn or any district, based solely on MCAS scores, and I think it's a serious mistake to do that.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
It's a yes or no question, so it'll be nice and quick. Do the scores that are presented on the Massachusetts website for the elementary schools, are they adjusted in any way for the fact that we route some kids with special needs out of their home school to other schools for education there? So if a kid goes to Highlands, for example, for the reading support at Highlands, that score is scored at Highlands, and that's just the way it is on the website?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just very quickly, Mr. Chair, and the last thing I would ever want to do is to stop the important level of communication that happens at this meeting, and clearly that's really critical. However, I'm not sure that there's a lot of value in this becoming a question about school committee policy, and I think it's really important for people. This is going to seem weird from the guy who talked a lot about philosophical things with our last folks before us, but ultimately, we're going to vote for a bottom line number for the school department, and the school department has the ability to be able to use that money that town meeting ultimately offers to and approves for them in virtually any way they want to. That's what nature of it. They have a duly elected school committee who has authority. They hire a superintendent. And although I think it's really important for us to dig down at times, but I do believe that the best place to dig down in this particular instance is at the school committee. And part of the reason that is sometimes forced with the vocational school to get into other things is that's the only chance we ever have to talk to those people. But that school committee meets twice a month on Mondays. And if we're going to talk about hardline philosophy about it, we still have 2 other budgets we've got to get to tonight. And I really appreciate the work that's gone into this, and but I also believe that everybody is pretty comfortable with where they are on this. We're all familiar with it.
I think that's a very fair assessment. Does anyone want to contribute anything new? Go ahead.
Good evening, I'm Jack Billings. And before I start my comments, I just this moment found out that you are a certified reading specialist, and all the years that we've known each other. My doctorate's in literacy, and we never knew that about each other. I wasn't going to make a comment until after Mr. Linds just made a comment, and this is in no way an affront to you, Michael. We've gone back and forth. I almost agree with you, except we're talking about $43 million.
Can
And
I
s-
ask you this one thing with that, though, Jack?
What?
Do you want us to lower the budget? Do you want us to?
That's my point exactly.
Okay, so
That's my
make
point
an
exa-
argument for
Right.
why you think the budget should be
So
lowered.
that's my point exactly, because this is the either thumbs up or thumbs down to $43 million. So we collectively, in the audience, town meeting, the whole bit, have to become comfortable with
Well,
the
you
idea.
have town meeting to do that. You can vote up or down there,
Correct.
too.
Correct.
Right.
But this is the way to inform and to educate. And I'm going in a different place. I'm not obsessed on MCAS. I don't know why people are obsessed on MCAS. So, my goal or challenge this evening is an entirely different situation, which is that the way that we budget can't just be annually a rubber stamp. We need to look at how we budget $42 or $43 million. And when the first and opening statement is made that a significant percentage of the $1.3 million being added to this budget is contractual obligations. And I don't understand why we don't stop at that specific moment and say, if we want to have a conversation about excellence in schools, we want to have a conversation about academic achievement, we want to do comparative analysis of numbers, why is the only thing that's in our budget an increase in money to meet contractual obligations? We have to stop and say, why do we keep being pushed into contractual obligations? Why do we take a line every year and say, well, we'll increase this one 2%, we'll increase this one 1%? But in effect, and it's in the action plan that was presented, we're not going to do anything new. We're going to meet our contractual obligations. And in the meantime, and I only heard it for the first time tonight, for several years we haven't remained just mediocre. We continue to drop. I've heard several times tonight, numbers in context, numbers in context. Well, let's play with that a little bit. This is peers to peers. That's simple. You can't play game with those numbers. It's peers to peers. So what is so ordinarily different about the children in Danvers that, quote, normally for several years we've been just below the state average? There's absolutely nothing new in this budget whatsoever. I do want to make one point, because we need to bring truth to numbers before we can move forward. No Child Left Behind failed. It failed miserably. The contract with the people of the United States by the legislature, who should never have gotten involved, was all children were going to succeed. And for about the last 6 years of No Child Left Behind, when it became very clear that that was not going to occur, they dropped the bridge on minimal proficiency in high school. They dropped it significantly. I'm not impressed that 90% of Danvers High School graduates pass MCAS, when 89% of the students in Beverly pass MCAS. So we have to play on a level field. So promising that I was not going to focus on MCAS, with the chair's permission, I just want to share a sheet here that comes from the DESE, if that's okay. So one of the things that's been said to me, I'm sorry, I should go back to the mic. One of the things that's been said to me individually and to this community collectively is that it doesn't come down to one number. It doesn't come down to one number. And as a former superintendent of schools, I contend it does not come down to one number. So when you look at this sheet, what I did, and this is completely accessible, 100% accessible, public data off the DESE website. I took a cohort of 9 communities, and for those who are watching on television that don't see this sheet, I compared Danvers to Beverly, Georgetown, Hamilton Wenham, Manchester, Essex, Andover, Ipswich, Linfield, and Masconomet. Now, I did this on purpose because there is the upper echelon, right, on a lot of comparison. There is a lower echelon by a lot of comparison. In this comparison, I've put several pieces of data together, and again, I apologize for the audience that can't see this at home. When we compare ourselves to those 8 communities, in science, Danvers comes in last. When we compare ourselves to the same communities in math and ELA, we come in last. There's an overall progress column on this sheet of paper, and that overall progress column is a coefficient that's generated by an algorithm by the Department of Education. And what it does annually is it says, how is the district doing in relationship to itself in making progress? So you look at a district like Hamilton-Wenham, who is in the upper echelon academically. I'm not talking socioeconomics because I actually don't think a socioeconomic conversation is even relevant in this forum. Hamilton-Wenham, in relationship to itself, has a coefficient of 0.67. Danvers's is less than half of that. This is a district in comparison to itself from subsequent years. Salaries, we actually rank in the 4th in a cohort of 9. Really interesting, recently, the Department of Education has required that school administration assess its own teachers for instructional efficacy. We, Danvers, rate the 2nd from the top in that one, while simultaneously we rate the lowest in academic performance. Per pupil costs, we're up in the upper top half of this. And some of those communities that spend less money than we do is pretty actually interesting to me. Class size, we're the 8th. This goes with that original comment about budget and budget management. How can we be 8th in class size with all the conversations we had about academic achievement here? There has to be something when you look at these other communities as to how do they drop that class ratio and they spend less money than we do. AP, we're 6th. And by this, these coefficients here are the percentage of students that not only take AP but must pass minimal grade proficiency on the AP test at the end of the year. Our graduation rate, we are 8th out of the cohort of 9. In our SATs, comparative math, and ELA, we are last. In our 4-year college, students graduating from Danvers High School and going on to a 4-year college, we are 8th in the cohort of 9. Numbers, context, we are about to entrust $42 million to a school district who says, let's stop talking about MCAS. Let's stop talking about MCAS. I've held to my pledge, have I not? I'm not talking about MCAS. I'm talking about when you look at hard numbers, and this is where I think Andrew and I are in comparison, again, not knowing reading, we understand the importance of numbers in diagnostics when it comes to whether we are teaching effectively or whether we are not. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm actually going to pose them as rhetorical in light of the evening. A lot of people who are not in the field of education are not aware of the phrase step raise. Every year a teacher, for the most part, by tradition, gets 2 raises. We see collective bargaining agreements that give teachers 2 or 3%, but we never see that there are step raises that literally translated, and I'm not passing any judgment when I say this, a fact is a fact. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts specifically, and in a lot of traditionally industrial blue-collar states throughout the United States, collective bargaining has secured that every year a teacher shows up, we hand them an average of $2,100 with no conditions to that whatsoever. Progressively across the country, collective bargaining agreements and strikes have opened up the door to step raises. One of the questions I would like to ask, I have a pretty idea what the figure is, and I'm not going to ask is, what is our total financial commitment next year to step raises? And then part B to that question would be, are there any conditions or expectations on teachers to increase those to increase proficiency, to increase instructional whatever. I fought, when I got on the school committee years ago, about why do we have so many half-days when we have working families in the town of Danvers? So another question I would have is, what is the system that is in place that holds what teachers do on those days accountable to actually increasing student performance when we've seen that it doesn't happen? So I'm going to stop here at this point by simply saying we need, and it's almost like a challenge for the coming year, and I'm with Andrea, there are experts in the town of Danvers more than willing to be involved. How do we start with a zero-based budget? And school districts have done this across the country. We presume we're getting nothing to educate children next year. So the salary account is zero, everything in the budget is zero. And you start from zero and you build up and say, this is what we need. So when you open up the supply closet and there's enough paper in there for 8 years, you don't increase the budget by 4% for paper because that's what the industry says that you're supposed to do. When staffing models don't compare and reduce class sizes in our district like they do in other districts, you start with how many staff do we need, where do we allocate them, which ones are now ancillary and not necessary to the budget. So you have to make a decision this year whether you're going to trust the school committee with $42 million in change. But the challenge is out there.
What's the other option, Jack?
What is the other?
Tell me what you want us to do. You know what our powers are. You know that the way that you get done what you want to do is you get 3 people like you to run for school committee.
Right.
You win a 3-member majority on the school committee, and you change their policies. Tell me what you want me to do tonight.
So I have 2 responses to you.
Yeah.
The first one is, why would anybody run for the school committee in the town of Danvers?
Because that's
on
how
a
you
premise,
affect- that's how
on a
you
premise, let me
effectuate
finish my
change.
answer. On a premise for change, when continuously by a 5-0 vote, they extend the leadership of the school district out to 2 years beyond the tenure of any 3-year seat. So if I wanted to run on a premise of changing the direction of the school district, I'd have to run and then run as an incumbent and get hired again, so I'd have a say on whether there's a rehiring of the superintendent or not. That's absurd. That's fiscally ridiculous. That contract is worth over $1.3 million, not even calculating our contribution to retirement.
Jack, what do you want us to do tonight?
Pass a budget of $1 million less than what they've asked for. And in 7 months, if they want to come back at a special town meeting and present to the town meeting what they have done to make corrective change and to change their budgetary practices, then we'll give them the $1 million. Okay. If they don't, deny them the $1 million.
So cutting teachers is going to improve our schools?
No, see, there is the traditional perspective. The immediate response of this member, if it wasn't heard outside, is, oh, so we're going to cut teachers? No. I didn't suggest that they have to cut anything. I told them that we're holding in the coffers $1 million for 7 months. If they can come back in 7 months to a town meeting and they can say, here, this is what we've changed and we've earned the $1 million, give it to us, then that's fine. Nobody's contracts get canceled.
Is that possible to do that,
Well,
Mr. Town
I'm sorry,
Manager?
I've never met her because I can't call you by name.
Is it possible to do it that way?
I was in a school district that in December had to cut $1.7 million during its operational years and not one person lost their position. Mike, is there a pending question?
No, that you've given the answer. That
Okay.
I sort of wish, Jack, that you had just told us that in the beginning, but thank you.
But I think I needed to present that there's legitimacy to my argument. This isn't a spontaneous declaration.
But no one believes it was
I
spontaneous.
when I ran for school committee 18 years ago, I wrote an article, was printed in Danvers Herald, wallowing in mediocrity. And that's what we've done for 18 years. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Billings. Mr. Skarmas, do you have any comment? No, thank you.
Move the budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you.
I'm fairly certain he's put this company.
Well, you know, I'll be honest with you.
Put on number. Put fire on the screen before police get to the microphone.
And they hired.
Good luck.
He needs to come to a selectman meeting, propose to change the bylaws.
Bob,
$1 million? I gotta stand up. Back is killing me. How you doing, Sally?
Okay.
Let's see what comes up next year.
I've got two pillows, and I keep switching to that chair too.
I'm excited
Hey,
about
Pat, you don't have that right.
They actually want to implement some pretty.
we'll have to wait.
Social emotional learning that they want to implement. Actually, quite modern.
They aren't allowed to ask questions from the podium, are they?
Standard equity. So I'm actually excited about what the superintendent wants to do.
1.5.
He took his coat off so I could see what he's got on his belt. Like, let this be a reminder to you, never to try that.
He wanted you to see his side
Yeah,
arm, that's all he wanted.
Right. And those are the.
Deputy Chief Amaro,
Do you wanna use the clicker? Or
are
you
you,
want us to use it?
are you afraid of them? You seem very far away.
It's, yeah, oh, I can. You guys are gonna love my presentation. It's gonna be-
Yeah, Ben. Oh, yeah.
We're on page 27, for those of you who need to know where we are.
Page 27, okay.
Deputy, whenever you're ready to begin,
Okay,
please.
for those of you that don't know me, I'm Deputy Chief Bob Amaral. I'm here on behalf of Chief Pyburn, who's coming back from his vacation. from
Is he
somewhere
in
real-
Florida too?
He
I've been
was in Key
inordinate
West
number of
for
people in
almost
Florida.
a week and a half. Yeah.
They all together?
Yeah, Danvers South, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a theme here.
Probably, yeah. So I'm here to represent the department. My presentation is very brief and straight to the point. We were asked to show a organizational chart, self-explanatory. Obviously, the chief's at the top, myself, confidential secretary, fire prevention officer, Captain Brooks underneath us, and then the 4 captains in their groups with 3 lieutenants and firefighters below them on each group. This is just the last 4 or 5 years of our calls for service. You can see that we're on a tremendous upward trend. And so far this year, I apologize because this slide was made for the Selectmen's hearing, which was a month ago, so it's a little bit behind on that bottom line there. But we're projected right now to do over 8,600 runs this year, based on what we've done so far already, which is a 7% increase on the runs we did in fiscal 18. So if you have any questions about any of those categories, I can answer them when you have a question. One of the big things we do is obviously fire prevention. Captain Brooks is our fire prevention officer. We do multiple inspections, 1,506 less in fiscal 18. And those are the types of inspections we do. Again, I'm trying to go fast, so you guys, it's late, I know.
Bob, liquor license inspections is under your purview? I thought that was Pat.
Yeah, no, it is, but it's not, it's an inspection. Anybody that has a liquor license is required to get a fire inspection as
Okay,
part of it.
gotcha.
We leave that part up to the PD. Obviously, we're not a large money-making operation, but we do bring in revenue. Was down a little bit, but a lot of it is based on, inspections that that are tied to construction projects, home sales, things like that. So it's mostly things that are out of our control. But we did just raise the smoke detector inspection fee April 1st from $35 up to what's basically the county average of $50, which is the max that you can charge. And this is our summary.
as you can see, you know, the large bulk of our budget is salaries and wages. We have, you know, very small operating budget, and the capital outlay this year is $50,000 request. That's $35,000 to complete. It's the third year of our 3-year turnout gear, firefighting gear replacement program, and $15,000 for ballistic protection, which, as you know, in this day and age, with active shooter and hostile events, unfortunately becoming necessary. So that's in our capital outlay. So our total budget increase for the year is 1.34%. And I have, you know, I'm ready for any questions you guys might have. That's really it.
Gina?
Only question, I know the fuel went up, the diesel gasoline went up yet last year because of the new pumper truck. Why is it going up 13% again?
That's
Just
just
rate?
that's just the forecasted increase in the cost of the fuel.
Okay, thank you.
How do you project calls this year?
So just taking a monthly average, so from July 1st, and then we just extended it out, that's all.
That's it.
Sally?
I apologize if this is common knowledge and I don't know it. Do you find yourselves having to respond to overdoses and administering Narcan? And I
Sure.
ask that because I know other fire
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
departments do.
So in Danvers, if you call 911 for a medical emergency, you get all 3 agencies. You get us, you get the police, and you get the ambulance company. So we respond to every medical call, and yeah, naturally, just like the national average, we have a huge overdose problem, and we do administer Narcan quite frequently.
How often?
I wouldn't be able to give you a number, but I think
Maybe some of them
I think maybe the police slideshow, if I remember correctly, they have some stats as far as the exact numbers of overdoses and Narcan administrations. I will say, if you really go line for line through our budget, one of the increases is in medical supplies, and one of the things that's driving that cost up is Narcan.
Oh, interesting. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mike?
Tight budget, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul? Just curious question, in the budget, out of range, that item, what is that?
So when there's one of the officers are out on vacation or whatever type of personal leave, and it's not a hiring situation where we don't have to, that doesn't drop us below the minimum, and we aren't going to hire an officer to replace them, we bump up the senior firefighter. He becomes the acting officer for that day. So that's out of range is just what it's really a payroll term for.
I thought it was something totally different, but
No.
that's fine. Thank
No.
you. All set.
Nope, good, thank you.
Sally?
If I may, the increase in the salary item is some $40,000. Is that just contractual? You're not bringing in any additional personnel in this budget?
No.
It's a combination of retirements, and there was a piece in last year's budget that didn't belong there, so it's partly a correction and partly we've had some retirements. You'll notice on the narrative page, there was a change in the structure of the staffing last year. So at the request of the chief, based on research and really it's kind of a joint recommendation from the chief and the union, we tweaked our model a little bit. We created 4 new lieutenants within the department without replacing the firefighters. So there's now a lieutenant in every 3-person crew. So it's an artificially low-looking increase. There's a 2%, I think a 2 or 2.25% general cost of living increase per the last contract. So
Okay.
that's the explanation for that.
So another question, again, in the salary and wages category, is the overtime. That budget is increasing by over $12,000. I imagine that number is kind of hard to project in a budget because you don't know what it's actually going to be. Is there a reason that the department is requesting such an increase in their overtime?
I would
defer.
I would start by looking at the 17 and 18 actuals. We did a pretty significant budget transfer last year, and that was due in part to the fact that I think we had as many as 7 firefighters injured at the same time last year, so it was sort of a perfect storm. But this is based on trend, and the department would like to increase it to acknowledge that.
Is that the same, would that be the same for the sick leave buyback increase as well, that it's based on the trend that you see?
Yes. And I would, yeah, I think that's.
Yeah,
right.
that's,
I would go
that's,
ahead and
that's also forecasted for, there's potential for 2 members to retire in the upcoming fiscal year, and that's that's their buyback.
Kind of
for the-
being ready for it.
Correct.
The, in the capital outlay, you have the 15,000 for ballistic protection. How would you know which calls you would need that for? Or is that going to be something that's on every truck, or is it going to be part of everybody's turnout gear? I mean, how are you going to do that?
So we would, because of the expense, they're very expensive, so we would initially just equip each riding position on the truck so that guys won't have their own personal set. It'll be per riding position on the truck, so they would only be grabbed if we have a confirmed hostile event that's confirmed by the PD.
Okay. Those were my questions. Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience with us tonight.
Bob, I noticed the training budget's dropped 16%.
Yeah, let me
Are you
see.
doing more in-house stuff, or?
Yeah, so we in an effort to just try to trim some areas here and there, in speaking with, so we have a new training officer, Captain Brian Barry. In speaking with him and trying to plan out the year, we just were able to kind of cut back on a couple of things we had spent on in the past.
Great, thank you. Any audience questions?
Move the fire budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I won't tell them that. You guys know how to operate this? More complicated than Just point and shoot. That's all you do. Perfect.
Slide this one right over there. Got my hopes up and I dashed them.
Our final budget tonight is on page 25. Chief, whenever you're ready to go.
Good evening, everybody. With me tonight here to my left is Captain James Lovell, and to his left, Captain Phil Tanzi. This is our organizational chart for the department. The town manager liked to tease me and say that it gave him a headache as he looked at it. But that is actually how the department is broken down.
And it did actually give me a headache to look at. 175 offices.
If only.
So for FY19 and FY20, the grants that the department has been operating off of and will continue to operate off of, $45,000 for our mental health jail diversion program. That we're going to be seeing, I believe, is still okayed from the DOJ for the next 5 years. The governor's highway safety grant is $6,000. That's a click of a ticket, the drunk driving initiatives. The $94,000 is the state 911 support and incentive grant. That's for our dispatch center for equipment and stuff like personnel costs and other things that are directly associated with dispatch. And the 911 training grant, which goes directly to telecommunicators and their trainings. We're also partnered with Perry, and that's up in Gloucester. And we had a recovery coach that was part-time that was embedded into the department, came in and tried to seek or help counsel folks that had overdosed, or family members of folks that had overdosed, to be able to try to get them the help that they need or give them some advice of what they can and can't do. So some of our goals, or the 2 main goals this year, is the complete recruitment and selection process. We have 3 open positions again this year. Just as we seem that we get back up to full steam, we're back down 3. And also, we'd like to continue to expand our crisis intervention team. Currently, we have 22 members on the patrol force that are trained in crisis intervention, and we have 4 dispatchers. It coincides with our jail diversion program and our mental health initiative. So we find it to be a very, very important component in the agency, and we've found great value in it, and would like to continue to expand upon it. A couple of the major budget changes you'll see, and I'm sure you have a question on overtime. It's up $116,000. It's due to the vacancies, and it's also due to, we're going to have a large number of promotional positions that are going to take place this year. With that, there's going to be an exceptional number or additional number of trainings that are going to be required for the supervisors. Also, in anticipation of some of those promotions, some of our specialty positions, say a detective, we're going to have to replace those spots. That's going to cost hundreds of hours of additional training for new personnel to bring them on to be able to fill that spot. So we're anticipating that's going to drive up our overtime costs, and that's why we've added the additional. Our educational incentive is down, and that's directly connected to our retirements. We had senior patrolmen that were being paid higher levels, which directly affected their educational incentive. As they retired, we're paying out less in education. The 2020 capital outlay is for $248,000 this year. With that, we'll be getting 3 marked units. There's 4 tasers that are going to be in replacement. We replace those on a 5-year life cycle. That's what they recommend from the company. So we have 4 that are at the 5-year life cycle. We'll be cycling them out. And as part of our first of 2 years to replace all our portable radios, we're seeking the funding for 24 handheld radios, portable radios that the officers carry. We know it's a significant amount of money, but the last time that we bought these radios was about 11 years ago. They're at the end of their life cycle. We're anticipating we'll get another 10 out of these new ones, 10 or 11 years or so. So it's going to be a 2-year replacement program this year, and hopefully next year we'll get the funding for the second half of the radios. And here's our budget overall. Salaries and wages were up 2.9. Operating expenses are basically level funded for a 2.7 increase total for our budget. Some of our significant increases from 17 to 18, and you'll see some of these large increase percentages. That's a 10-year average that it's based off of. So deaths are way up. Follow-up investigations, detectives, patrolmen going out and doing follow-ups from incidents that had occurred earlier. Town service calls, that's anything from tree limbs in the roadways, potholes, those types of things. Medical aids are self-explanatory for any medical conditions. Road conditions are really basically flooding, blocked roadways, some other things that fall into that. And mental health calls. That's one thing that we've been here consistently year after year, that we keep seeing that going up and up and up. One of the big things, obviously, is, and I believe it's part of our training, that officers are better aware of some of the situations that are out there, and we're categorizing it as a mental health issue instead of locking somebody up and putting them in for disorderly or some other charge. Significant decreases, shoplifting, and as I joked last year, that's probably attributed directly to Kmart. Walmart. They don't do the loss prevention like they used to. So, one store made a big difference. Noise complaints, that's down. That's just regular neighborhood complaints, loud music, barking dogs, those types of things. Those things are significantly down. And larcenies from a residence. That's not house breaks or anything. That's a family member that may have stolen items. It could have been somebody that wasn't allowed to come onto your property and they took things. It gets categorized as a larceny from a residence. It's not a house break. And the opiate overdoses, which folks have asked about. We had 65 total last year that were recorded with us. Out of those, 57 of them were non-fatal, 8 were fatals. And as you can see, we had a documented fentanyl fatal and 4 other heroin fatals, 3 others that weren't quite determined. Out of that, I believe we deployed Narcan, was used 52 times out of the 65 times. That was with the police and fire that we documented. It doesn't necessarily capture what Lyons Ambulance or Cataldo may have done. Out of that, 32 of the Narcan deployments were police deployed Narcan. And with that, that's my presentation. If you folks have any questions.
Sally?
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. With the crisis intervention steps that you've taken, and the diversion and the mental health designation, et cetera, do you feel that it's effective for the people involved, making a difference for the people involved?
Yes, on both sides. I'd say for the officers and for the folks that they're actually interacting with. The whole training that goes behind the CIT training, it brings into de-escalation techniques for the officers. It brings into different things as far as being able to have different insight into problems that they're going to be dealing with, whether it's not just, I want to say, compassion and empathy, but those types of things are embedded in that training. So when folks go into it, it's not just black and white law enforcement. It's looking at a situation, trying to find a root cause, not necessarily the criminal crime, but a root cause behind the issue, and then trying to address that issue.
So, we were talking before about the school department budget and how do you link the data that you have with the improvements that you're making. And so maybe that's part of what's in my head here, but you've got these increases in calls while you have this crisis intervention thing going. How can we know, that it's going in the right direction? As you say, some things are now categorized as a mental health call that might not have been before.
To be able to clearly break that down, I think I'd have a hard time showing you that. I would be able to show numbers that would be able to say we diverted, through our diversion program, we had 300 encounters with individuals. Out of those 300 encounters, instead of going to the juvenile court system or going to a criminal court system, they were diverted into the mental health end of things. So out of 300, we got 290 out. So essentially only 10 people went through the court system. 290 we went and got mental health issues for, or help for. And with that, there was cost savings that are associated with that. Our in-house clinician, Danielle, has broken that down as part of her requirement when she has to report to the state in regards to this grant that we're operating off of. I don't have that information in front of me. I can get that to the board if they're interested, some of the later statistics that she's been able to calculate. But she does actually project out how she's diverted folks from the court system, how many that she's had face-to-face interactions with and got them mental health, and as well as potential financial cost savings from having somebody go directly to some sort of mental health facility versus going to the ER for service.
Okay, so I guess, maybe it's asking the same question in a slightly different way, but just thinking of what I'm trying to get at here with the kind of interactions that you and your officers have. Before we talked about, is it better for both the officers and the people with whom they interact? And now the next question to me is, okay, so how about for the community as a whole? And you kind of answered that question, that you feel that the crisis intervention modes that you're doing is making things better for our community. Would you say that that's an accurate statement? Is that how you look at it and see it?
Yes, very much so, yes.
So in the budget itself, you have the increase in the salary and wages of $109,000. Is the three positions that you hope to fill, is that wrapped into that number?
For the increase?
Yeah.
It would be included in that, but that didn't drive the increase.
The increase is driven by collective bargaining obligations?
Yes.
So if you're able to secure the 3 new officers during the course of this fiscal year, how will that fit into your budget?
Positions are funded in the budget.
Oh, the positions are funded,
Yes,
okay.
funding is in place for the
So the funding is for 58 officers, 58 personnel,
Personnel.
and yet right now you have 57?
Resource officer.
I guess that's what I'm trying to just figure
Well,
out.
personnel would include dispatch as well as our clerical staff.
The one extra is the fact that you move in.
The school resource officer that's at Essex Tech is funded in the budget but gets reimbursed by the Essex Tech.
Okay, so on,
That's the plus one. That might be the plus one that you're looking for.
okay. Okay. I had a question about your capital outlay, but you just answered it, was about the radios. So that's everything I had. Thank you.
Mike?
So to put you on the spot, because that's just what you want at 11:15. How long have we been at basically 41 people on the street between sergeants and patrolmen? 20 years, 30 years?
Yeah, we've hovered around this number. We up until '08, we were at 48 officers, well, 48 total officers from chief down. We lost 2 in '08. We never got those back. So we're technically a 46-man police department. The 47th man is funded by the Essex Tech for the SRO position. So we've been operating that level since I was hired as a patrolman back in '85.
And clearly, we've had a significant increase in the amount of work that you guys have done. We've got more population, we've got doing more calls, at some point, we're probably hoping it's after you leave and retire, but at some point, when do we hit critical mass and we really do need to increase the staff in our police department to truly meet the needs for the community?
Well, we haven't hit critical mass yet, and that's not to say that I haven't had words or spoken to, let me rephrase that I haven't spoken with the town manager to request additional personnel or to recoup the 2 that we've lost or anything. We've discussed this numerous times. The bottom line, yeah, I would love to have them. I think it would really help us. But then again, I'll repeat it again, bottom line is where's the money coming from? Because ultimately, somebody has to pay for that. And right now, I don't see any free cash to be able to request that. I'd love to get it. I don't see the cash that's available to be able to get that and fund it.
Mike, I won't click back to slide 4 since we're on slide 164, but you'll see the chart. I mean, we had, the buildings division is doing 250% more work orders today than they were 10 years ago, and they're down a person from where they were 10 years ago. So police work is a little different from fire, is a little different from building maintenance, but you could make a pretty strong case across the board, and I'll pull out a statistic we've used a number of times in the last couple of years, but the head count in Danvers hasn't really changed since 2007.
Don't want the population.
We have about 233, right around 233 full-time employees.
Okay, right.
But the population has increased. So we were operating with a little over 9 employees per 1,000 residents 12 years ago. We have about 8.5 employees per 1,000 residents. So across the board, police, every department, we're doing more. We're providing, I think, the same level of service. The citizen survey 2 years ago certainly bore that out. People are very happy with the services we're getting. But I think each department has learned to do more with less. But I think to Mike's point, there will come a time when that starts to take a toll. I mean, I think we have departments who, sometimes working overtime is nice because you can use it to buy Christmas gifts, but there comes a point where you don't want to work more overtime. We'll get there. I don't know that we're there. I think we're lucky to have employees who have been willing to work harder to get the job done.
Yeah, I think as we look at the budget in its entirety, that's one of the things that we've always got to try to think about, and obviously, police is one of those areas that, is certainly something that's close to my heart, so I appreciate that, but also, it's maybe the first line that we have with the community, and in some ways, the most important of the departments from that standpoint, so I wouldn't want to get to a point where we did feel as though we weren't capable of handling the way that we always have been able, the public safety needs for the people in town. So, thanks.
Paul?
So Chief, you're looking to hire 3 officers, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think I ask you this question every year, but what's the process? Tell me what the process is. How do you find these folks?
We're a civil service department, so there's a state-run civil service test for entry-level patrolmen. They take that test, there's an established list. We go in and say, we're trying to hire 3 people. They'll give us so many names for those candidates. Then we go through a background check on those folks. Some of them may not pass. That will leave us with a list of potential candidates. We select those candidates, the one that we want, the 3 that we want. Then we have to try to get them into an academy. And that's where a lot of times, that's the big problem is, if you don't have all your paperwork up in a timely manner and time it just right to be able to get an open academy, it could delay you from getting into another academy for, it could be 4 months, it could be 6 months, it could be 8. So you might have candidates that are all ready to go, but you're gonna have to sit and wait another 8 months before you can actually get them into the academy. Then they have 6 months worth of an academy. Then they come out and they do 2 months as an FTO program where they actually have to ride around with a veteran officer before they're allowed to go out on their own. So all in all, it's safe to say from start to finish, it takes about a year to be able to get somebody hired, go through the process, hired, trained, and out in the street on their own.
But the state, maybe I'm not using the right, the state, the original group, they give you the list to start with.
Yes.
It's an approved list through
Yes.
them.
Yeah, it's a civil service
Civil servants,
list.
yeah, right.
Yeah, and that's not, generally, that's not the tie-up. The tie-up is the state-run police academies. They're so limited in size and limited number and limited in how many run every year. And that's always been a bone of contention with the police departments and mass chiefs, is the lack of the funding or the lack of the resources that are put forth for training in some of the, well, I should say, statewide, to be able to get officers or new recruits up and running. And that's why you'll see a huge lag time, not just with us, but with a lot of agencies across the state.
Would you feel confident that you might have 3 next year, or you think that's a reach for you?
We believe that we will be able to have the 3, the last civil service, or the brand-new civil service just was taken 2 weeks ago. That list should be coming out within, if it stays on track, within a month. And then we'll be requesting some names and moving forward with that. And hopefully, usually there are fall academies, so we really need to move forward to be able to get that done, because paperwork's gonna have to be in June to be able to have any hope to get into something for September or October.
Thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, Chief, could you describe specialist pay 51,910, please?
Yeah, that's that's the contractually obligated accreditation stipend, where, and some of the other specialty pays where, like, the SRO has a stipend, a detective has additional funding because they're a detective, those types of things.
That's all lumped in together in one line item.
Yes.
And just one other one. Buying 3 new vehicles, are you getting the same type of vehicles that you currently have, or?
Yes, we're staying,
Modification?
no, we're staying with the Ford SUVs.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Sally?
Thank you. Hi, Chief. Just quickly, along the lines of the recruitment, when I was chair of Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Jamie Lovell, sorry, Captain Lieutenant, I never got them straight. You reached out to us when it was time for you guys to go and recruit or post, whatever step you were at in that process. So thank you for that. I hope very much that that will be a priority this time when you go to recruit, and that we can maybe work our way towards a force that's fully reflective of the makeup of the community. And I know you're tied by civil service, but to the degree that you're able to express an interest in candidates of color or, other diversity categories, that would be great.
Yeah, and we have in the past, as far as, we've sought gender lists and such, so we have done that.
That's great. It's important that, government, police, schools, that we reflect the makeup of the community, so thank you.
Ted?
You mentioned that you guys are getting back up to full force, and then then folks move on. Is it retirement or attrition, moving on to other police forces, or just moving on to other careers?
Well, this time around, it's actually both. We had 2 retirements. One was a little bit of a surprise, and one ended up, was pretty much counted on. The other was somebody moved on to the state police. So that made up the 3 open spots. We also, unfortunately, have a long-term injury. And that gentleman's been out for quite a while, and I still don't expect him to be back for quite a while.
Okay. So you don't think it's a fairly normal rate of attrition? It's nothing that really can...
At this point in time, I think you're going to start seeing these numbers going lower and staying low. We went through a large purge. There was just a large number of folks that hit their timeline, and they were able to go out, and they did. And they went out at once, so it took a large number of folks with us, away from us. And then, so we've replaced them, and now we have a couple here and there that are going to go. And, you know, like, I'm like one of the oldest in the department.
Okay, a couple years ago at one of the, we were in the foyer of the high school welcoming some new officers, and we ran some numbers, and I think between fire and police in the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen almost 40% of the department turnover through retirements, which is, we had a hiring surge, go back 30 years. Everybody moved through. Yep. The pension system dictates the day that you kind of maximize your benefit of staying. So we've had a tremendous turnover in both of those departments in the last 5 years. So it's been pretty exciting, actually, to see the department sort of change that way.
And so I've never used a taser, I've never been tasered. But
So he says.
I'm also, like, I know how manufacturers can recommend replacement cycles that might perhaps be more aggressive than is necessary, and obviously there's police officer safety to take into consideration as well. Are the tasers, do you feel like the tasers are in condition where they truly need to be replaced, or like where they might not perform anymore?
We have actually had issues with them where they're breaking down, and we've actually had to have work performed on them to get them back up to the snuff so we can utilize them. We don't man every single person with a taser. We have a limited number, so they get signed in and out every single shift to another officer, so they're essentially running 24/7.
They're getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, so they're out all the time, and they're running all the time, and they truly have, they served a great purpose, but they're coming to the end of their life.
That's all. Thanks, guys.
How many incidents of taser? How often do you think?
Very few. What I'd say, Jamie, 2?
I think we've had actually, three full pro deployments. We've probably had less than 5 drive stun, which is a lesser dosage of the taser, which is a contact versus the probes. We keep state statistics for the tasers, and they actually look at how even the presence of a taser, how the sound of a taser is a deterrent, and how that affects people. So we do have lots of stats on them. If you like, I can quote them to you. But it's very few. And speaking about the life of the tasers too, Taser Office is a 4-year full-time warranty on the tasers. We've turned in probably every single one we've had in a 4-year warranty, and they replace it brand new. But they won't go past 4 years, so that's where the 5-year really kind of comes in.
Thanks, guys.
Sounds very unpleasant.
I offered the town manager, he said no.
After his fire department experience?
Gina?
Pepper spray, no pepper spray.
Do we have 5 cruisers in total? 5 police cruisers in total?
Total through the whole department?
How many cruisers do we have? I thought,
You mean on the street at the same time or in total?
no, we were replacing 1 a year, so I'm surprised we're doing 3 this year. How many total?
No, we typically do between 4 or 5 a year. This year, we cut it back to 3, budgetary reasons.
Okay.
And we're gonna be fine with 3. But all total, I believe we have between unmarked and marked 21 cars.
Okay.
For the department.
Okay, thank you. And just a general comment, I feel like the overtime as a percentage of salaries is really high. I know we talked the other night about the cost benefit of having a new person with benefits versus paying an existing person overtime, but just in general, I hope you can backfill the positions and reduce your overtime. Thank you.
Paul? And Sally?
No, go ahead, Paul.
Just on the dispatch, who are we partnered with again? Are we, nobody?
Well, I can leave it to the town manager. We have explored partnerships with several local communities. None of it's panned out so far. We haven't given up hope. But right now, it doesn't look like there's anybody willing to jump on board, but we're still exploring.
We did a feasibility study with Municipal Resources, Inc. They've done a number of these studies. We did our preliminary study with Manchester and Hamilton. Wenham later asked to do a sort of supplement to that study. I can tell you from a cost-benefit perspective, there was a unequivocal strong recommendation that those towns jump on board with Danvers because we would save collectively between $600,000 and $800,000 a year. Politically, that was a very different conversation in those towns. And then the state did us no favors recently, learning that Wenham was serious about potentially joining Danvers. The Essex rec, with support from the state, basically said that they would provide them with free dispatch as long as they promised not to leave. And so we offer a really good deal, but we can't beat zero.
Who offered them a free deal?
So the state came in because a number of communities were trying to leave the regional
Right, but
dispatch center.
who under?
State 911.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, State 911 offered them the
Yeah,
deal.
the sheriff's department no longer runs that. That's been transitioned away from the Essex County Sheriff. State 911 has moved in, and they actually now run that facility.
It's up here.
In Middleton.
Right, okay.
Is it a private company that's doing it?
No,
or-
it's actually the Mass State 911.
Yeah.
They fund it all. Now they're included, their folks are, they're employees. They're not sheriff employees, so it's all done through them now.
We haven't given up.
Okay. Just curious as to where we were with it. Thank you.
I was going to ask a question about the dispatch too. So how is it working out right now without a partner? I mean, is it better than it was? Was there all that disruption and expenditure at the police department
So
for the good?
Can I answer part of the question, and then Pat will talk about the service side? From a project perspective, a lot of the components in the dispatch center now are scalable. So we have enough consoles in the room to service the call volume in Danvers. But we designed it with the idea that if another municipality wanted to join us, we could very easily order an additional console to add people at each shift so we could take on additional call volume. Likewise, we built some of our technology rooms marginally bigger than we needed them in case we wanted to add. So the project cost was slightly higher by design so that we could accommodate, but a lot of the pieces that would be associated with that wouldn't be purchased until we had somebody who would sign on the dotted line with us. But from a service perspective, I mean, I think the chief can speak to how the new building is affecting service and the technology.
Yeah, on the service end of things, as far as the equipment that we had was literally ancient equipment that was on its way out. It couldn't be serviced anymore. You couldn't be able to find replacement parts. Anytime they had to find something that was literally like going to the junkyard and stripping apart to be able to get the console running again. So now we have really nice state-of-the-art equipment. It's on the newest platforms. We also updated, and it was through last year's warrant article, to do fiber optic, which went out to all our radio receivers. So we're on our own radio network, our own town-run fiber optic lines. We've had very good crystal clear transmissions with the police and the fire, because we do dual dispatch. And so that's been very, very successful, and it's excellent equipment. It's running very well.
Is it better than the Mass 911?
Well, up there,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, if we were part of that system, if
I've been dead set against that whole thing from the get-go, but without getting into that, yes. We have the control over the system. We have very well-trained personnel. We have to interact with those folks almost on a daily basis because they still receive certain calls. And over the course of time that we dealt with them for years leading up to this, there was always issues with drop 911 calls that were being dumped to the station that would just be dumped, and we would go to pick up an empty line, and there was somebody there that was looking for help, and we didn't get that. And there were other issues where they didn't have the right locations. There's been a host of issues, and it's not to slam somebody. we have a good running machine. Theirs, not so much. That's my opinion, and that's what I've seen professionally.
You know, the skeptic in me is that you can tell the question is coming from the point of view that, you know, all that work was done with the hopes of bringing in a partner, haven't been successful with bringing in a partner yet, and the state's trying to encourage people to stay with that. So would that have been a better choice for us? And from what you're saying, Chief, you think, no, that wouldn't have been a better choice, that what we have now is the better outcome.
The state jumped on board to be able to try to offer a great deal because everybody was getting ready to leave. And it essentially would have shut the place down. So, I don't know how to explain it, but
No, you've
they
explained
came
it.
out of nowhere to be able to offer free dispatch in order to keep somebody there that wanted to leave or was planning on leaving. And any of the significant sized communities that were associated with them either didn't join at the last minute or left.
So, and I don't want, I mean, I'm looking at the clock and I'm about to start talking again, but the dispatch study we just completed is actually the third that I've been a part of in my relatively short career. And in each and every case, there was a clear cost-benefit analysis to do it, and in each and every case, there was not a political will to do it. And I think the difference from a cost perspective in terms of why the model we're proposing works really well and why the one up there hasn't been as cost-effective is that we have dispatch running out of a building that we're already operating.
right.
We have command staff in place. Phil Tanzi oversees the dispatch function, not as a standalone executive director of the dispatch, but in addition to his other duties. We have one supervisor in our dispatch as opposed to a supervisor for each and every shift. So I think there's certain economies that we can achieve and offer that you just don't see when you set up a standalone dispatch and a standalone center with its own overhead and operating costs.
I mean, that interface between a person, a citizen, and the department, if ever there was an important point in time for it to be quick and effective and efficient and accurate and all that, it's a 911 call. So I'm all for it. I just feel part of my job is to just explore, did we do it the right way? And I'm convinced that we did, but.
When you say the political will, isn't there, is it sensitivity to cutting jobs locally? But it sounds like they're all signed up to Mass 911, so it's not like it's.
Certain calls go, yeah.
What's the political?
So generally, the concerns fall into two different camps. Some I would consider legitimate. Some that are not legitimate. There's the concern that, well, the Danvers dispatcher is going to be able to help my grandmother, but the person sitting in Wenham or some other town won't. And that may have been true 60 years ago when we had actual maps to route things, but we have computer-aided, dispatch. We have GI. I mean, the people operating the vehicles don't need to. That's not an issue anymore. So technologically, that's off the table. But you hear a lot about like dark station. So there may be a concern in a community that the dispatch center is the only place that's available 24/7. But again, like there are technological. So the concern is I'm having a cardiac or I'm being chased by somebody with a knife, and I can go to my police station, and 24 hours a day there's somebody sitting there who can help me. But the technology solution now is to have live cameras. You could have the Wenham police station with a vestibule with computerized locking and cameras, so someone could run in and instantly be.
It's like a panic room.
And so you'd have a police officer on the street in Wenham still. You just wouldn't have that person in the building. But that's concerning. And I think also there's a concern about, do we lose the oversight? What if we're not satisfied? What's the governance look like? What we know is that at the REC, the smaller towns have almost no say. What we'd have in a model like ours, where you'd have essentially the Danvers police chief, the Hamilton or Wenham police chief would meet monthly or quarterly to talk through any issues that you had. So I think I think we'd offer much better service, but there's a lot of, it can be scary when you're sitting in the selectman seat to say I'm going to do that. And in terms of jobs, I think we have 9. Some of those towns run with 1 or 2 full-time and then some part-time. So you'd be able to transition. You'd essentially be able to bring them on board without causing.
How many
that.
partnerships could we actually handle?
We'd probably take on 2 or 3 small towns.
Yeah, I'd say 2 or 3.
Okay.
So we'll keep at it because we believe in it, but we haven't had much success so far.
Any comments from the audience? Mr. Bates?
It's town meeting precinct 4, and I was going to ask this about the fire department too, so it comes out good, but first I want to congratulate the police department. It's always just such a professional group. Why is holiday pay up 4.47%? It's $250,000, and in the fire department it's up 2.25, and why is holiday pay up?
That's just as we're projected contractually and how, in tracking that holiday pay and how it's been going out over the last year or two. That's exactly what we're seeing as the trend, and also the contractual increases.
Okay, because it was like the $3,000, it went up $3,000 from 17 to 18, then it went up 17 grand, now it's going up 10 grand. So it's contractual?
Mostly, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just a quick question about the resource officer. So, Chief had mentioned that we are reimbursed. So we pay, the school reimburses us. Is that officer assigned there like all year long, or is it just kind of through the school year, like from September to June? Is it?
It's through the school year, and it's with the understanding with Essex Tech that they understand that at the end of the school year that they're going to come back and they'll be doing different things for us internally here. Also, one of the things that we try to encourage and we try to really, I don't want to say enforce, but we try to make sure that it gets done this way, is when folks take their vacation time, they take their time off, they're taking it with the school schedule, so that way they're in the school when the school's open. So we encourage them to take their time during the summertime, take their time during a vacation, those types of things, like April vacation. So that way, when the school is open, that school resource officer is on the property.
Right, so you don't need to rotate someone else in to replace him.
Right, but they understand that they're paying maybe for the 9.5 months that they're going to be at the school.
Right.
But the other time is going to actually be back with Danvers, and they'll be doing different things
Sure.
with us. They'll be able
Sure,
to
that's what I
supplement some
thought.
of our other things.
And then I was wondering, while he's on site, does he have access to a cruiser? Like, say you had some incident that you needed to draw him away to respond. Would he be available to do that?
Yes.
So
Yep, he has access to a cruiser. He's in full uniform.
Right.
He has all his duty gear.
Okay, so that's kind of a win-win for us and the school. So we have this kind of reserve capacity in case something serious happens. And then I had some questions about the dispatch center, but I'm good for that. Okay, thank you. Also, I saw the article in the newspaper about Officer Chase. That was a great article, and I think you picked the right person for that position. So
Yeah, he did a great job with that presentation and everything. It was a real good job.
Chief, I'm going to follow up on the first part of his question. Do we do the same thing with the resource officers here in Danvers? Do they, during the off months, are they assigned back to patrol, or are they doing things in the station? And then even like on snow days, do they get the day off, or are they put in a cruiser and out, helping with fender benders on 62?
No, usually when you'll see a snow day, you'll see a half day, those types of things.
Yeah.
That's when we have like juvenile issues during the daytime, and those folks are assigned to either certain spots, say good weather, it's a half day.
Sure.
There's problems out in the square.
And we've seen them in the
Our
square before,
juvenile
yeah.
officers get out in the square to try to handle those problems.
Mhm.
During the summertime, we don't necessarily take them and try to put them back into patrol, but we do utilize them for other things like bike patrols, to be on the rail trail, to go to parks and those types of things, to be able to be downtown, maybe walking the beat when there's nobody else that's down there, but they'll be down there on the bike patrol, walking around, doing certain things. So that's how we utilize them. And then they have other duties and responsibilities that are tied in with the juvenile section. Like there's a couple weeks with the DA's summer camp where they bring in some kids that they've identified would benefit from attending the summer camp, and then they bring them in. So that's the couple weeks during the summer, that's in August, that they take that. So they all work over there and do that for the couple weeks then.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
I'll move the budget.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.